The 10th session of the Senate in the first regular session of the 20th Congress is hereby called to order. Chair would like to call on Senator Joel Villanueva to lead the chamber in prayer in lieu of Senator Lacson. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dakilang Diyos, Ama naming sumasalangit, kami pong lahat ay naninikluhod at nagpapakumbaba, lumalapit sa iyong trono ng biyaya. Ano man pong kasalanan sa isip, salita o sa gawa ay aming ikinukumpisal at hinihingi ng tawad. Linisin mo po ang aming buong isip, puso at kaluluwa upang makalapit po kami sa iyo ngayong araw na ito. Sa pagbubukas po ng aming sesyon, hinihingi po namin ang iyong gabay, presensya at grasya. Hayaan mo, O Diyos, na magampanan ng bawat isa sa amin bilang mga representante ng mamamayang Pilipino ang aming mga obligasyon at responsibilidad. Tulungan niyo po kami na magawa namin ang aming trabaho. Hayaan niyo po na maging daluyan kami ng pagpapala sa aming mga kababayan. Hindi lang po sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, maging sa apat na sulok ng daigdig kung saan naroroon ang aming mga kababayan. Tulungan niyo po ang bawat isa sa amin na maibigay sa iyo ang pinakamataas na papuri at pasasalamat bilang iyong mga lingkod bayan. Maraming salamat po at hinihingi namin ang iyong paggabay at pagpapala sa bawat isa, lalong-lalo na sa institusyon na mahal po namin sa lahat, ang institusyon ng Senado. Sa iyo po namin muli ibinabalik ang lahat ng papuri, lahat ng kaluwalhatian at kadakilaan sa tanging pangalan po ng aming Panginoong Yesus. Ang lahat po ay makiisa at magsabing Amen.
The Mapua Cardinal Singers will lead the chamber in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Thereafter, they shall also render a song entitled Tagumpay Nating Lahat.
Bayang magiliw, peles sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiti, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin. Sa lagat at bundok, sa simula, sa langit mong bakaw, may dilang kang tula at ang sa paglayong minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilip. Lupa ng araw ng buwan, bakit ang sinta ay langit sa piling mo? Ang ligaya na pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Tuyan na ng lupang hinirang, kung saan matatagpuan ang tinuyas ng pelas ng silangan, nagniningning sa buong kabuluhan. Ang hiwaga ng silangan at sa bayan o lungsod, maging timog, hilaga at kanluran, ang Pilipino ay namumukod. Sama-sama nating abutin, pinakamatayong na bituin. At ang aking tagumpay, tagumpay ng aking lahi, tagumpay ng aking lipi, ang tanging minimiti at inahangad. Hangat ko'y tagumpay natin lahat. Ako ay may isang munting pangarap sa aking dakilang lupain, at sa sama-sama nating pagsisikap, sama-sama rin mararating ipagkaloob, isang patutunguhan, dito isang araw, isang kabuluhan. Sama-sama nating abutin, pinakamatayong na bituin. At ang aking tagumpay, tagumpay ng aking lahi, tagumpay ng aking lipi, at tanging minimiti at inahangad. Hangat ko'y tagumpay natin lahat. Hangat ko'y tagumpay natin lahat.
Maraming salamat po sa Mapua Cardinal Singers.
Thank you.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Soto, Senator Tulfo Erwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camille, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and before we proceed, may I be allowed to just acknowledge some guests from the gallery? Guests of Senator Legarda from the Office of UN Resident Coordinator in the Philippines, Mr. Arnold Peral and Mr. Mattia Kovac. Guests of this representation and Senator Alan Cayetano, representatives from the Tarlac Agricultural University led by President Silverio Ramon Salunson. Guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, LGU officials of General Santos City led by Mayor Lorelai Pacquiao, Mayor Ricky Cuenca of La Libertad, Zamboanga del Norte. Guests of Senator Ejercito, Mayor Alfie Soriano of Malasiki, Pangasinan. Guests of Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Mayor Julie Ann Makasait of Real Quezon, ASEC Nicoles Manalo, and officials from the Department of Agriculture, Assistant National Statistician Mark Pasasio, and other PSA officials. Guests of Senator Risa Hontiveros, LGU officials of Abra de Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, led by Mayor Maria Gloria Constantino, and guests of the Senate, Mr. President, our former colleague from the House of Reps, former Congressman Willie Villarama of the great province of Bulacan. We welcome all of them in this August chamber.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 9th Session, Wednesday, August 13, 2025. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to comply.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 501, an act mandating the Philippine Postal Corporation to adopt a modernized zone improvement plan code system, Senator Escudero.
To the Committees on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises and Local Government.
502, providing for the revised government auditing code of the Philippines, Senator Escudero.
Before the Chair acts on the motion, may the Chair instruct the Sergeant at Arms to kindly maintain order in the first gallery. May the Chair also remind our guests in the first gallery to kindly settle down. Secretary, may proceed. To the Committees on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Code, Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation and Finance.
Senate number 503, an act amending Section 7 of RA 10931, the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, Senator Escudero.
To the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education.
504, an act institutionalizing a governance framework for the establishment, operation, and recognition of local universities and colleges and for other purposes. Senator Escudero.
To the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Local Government, and Ways and Means.
505, an act strengthening the mental health services of state universities and colleges, appropriating funds and for other purposes. Senator Escudero.
To the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Health and Demography, and Finance.
Senate number 506, an act establishing a legal scholarship and return service program for deserving students and appropriating funds therefore. Senator
To
Escudero.
the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Justice and Human Rights, and Finance.
507, creating an additional branch in the second judicial region to be stationed in Aurora, Isabela, amending for the purpose section 14, paragraph E of BP 129, the Judicial Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Escudero.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and Finance.
508, prohibiting online gambling and the promotion of gambling-related content, strengthening digital enforcement, providing penalties, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Games and Amusement and Public Information and Mass Media.
509, establishing a national framework for food waste prevention, recovery, and redistribution, mandating the safe donation and utilization of surplus food, strengthening multi-sectoral action against hunger, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Ways and Means, and Finance.
510, preserving the country's traditional folk arts as part of its intangible cultural heritage, amending RA 11333, the National Museum of the Philippines Act, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Culture and the Arts.
5 an act establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, defining its powers and functions, creating regional geriatric specialty centers in the Department of Health retained hospitals and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
512, an act providing for the protection of geographical indications for agricultural or natural unprocessed or wild products, processed products, wines and spirits, or any products of handicraft or industry. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, and Finance.
513, an act establishing the National Public Service College to develop a new generation of competent and ethical government leaders and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and Finance.
514, an act amending Section 7 of RA 10931, the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, to enhance the efficiency, equity, and accountability of the tertiary education subsidy program. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and Finance.
515, an act institutionalizing the national results-based governance, strengthening monitoring, evaluation, and utilization systems across all branches of government. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs and Finance.
516, establishing the Philippine National Public Park System, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, Tourism, Ways and Means, and Finance.
517, an act institutionalizing the establishment of seed libraries to promote local biodiversity, food security, community resilience, and climate adaptation, providing for a phased implementation, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Ways and Means, and Finance.
518, an act establishing the Young Farmers and Future Folk Challenge Program, creating for the purpose the Young Farmers and Future Folk Challenge Council, and appropriating funds therefore. Senator
To
Legarda.
the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Youth, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Senate number 519, an act institutionalizing a national framework for the designation, restoration, and management of coastal greenbelt zones to strengthen disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, and coastal biodiversity conservation, establishing the National Coastal Greenbelt Management Action Plan, providing funds, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, and Finance.
520, an act mandating the grant of additional compensation to private sector employees who are required to report for work during declared calamities and emergency alerts, establishing implementing mechanisms therefore, and imposing penalties for non-compliance. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, and Finance.
521, an act establishing the Aklan Piña Museum and Cultural Center in the municipality of Calibo, Aklan, its satellite centers, defining its purposes and appropriating funds therefore. Senator
To
Legarda.
the Committees on Culture and the Arts, and Finance.
522, declaring preferential rights of municipal fisherfolk by declaring the 15-kilometer municipal waters as exclusively reserved for their use, protecting municipal waters from commercial fishing, providing support measures for sustainable livelihood, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Local Government.
523, an act institutionalizing a national anti-corruption mainstreaming agenda, strengthening integrity systems and accountability mechanisms across all branches and levels of government, promoting a culture of tapat na paglilingkod in public service and appropriating funds therefore. Senator
To
Legarda.
the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Public Information and Mass Media, and Finance.
524, institutionalizing electronic publication as a legally valid mode of official publication for laws, regulations, and government issuances, promoting environmental sustainability, transparency, and digital inclusion, and for other purposes. Senator
To
Legarda.
the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Public Information and Mass Media.
525, institutionalizing cleanliness, accessibility, and the regular maintenance of public spaces and facilities in major cities, establishing a cleanliness audit system, appropriating funds, and for other purposes. Senator
To
Legarda.
the Committees on Local Government, Public Works, and Finance.
526, institutionalizing sustainable and low-impact loading standards for government websites and online services, promoting environmentally responsible digital infrastructure, and for other purposes. Senator
To
Legarda.
the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals in Innovation and Futures Thinking.
527, promoting the use of electric and hybrid vehicles in government fleets, establishing a national transition framework, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Energy and Finance.
528, establishing urban walkability and safe pathways standards nationwide, mandating pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure in all new bridge and toll road projects, providing for a phased implementation of the Safe Pathways Network, creating the National Transport Awards, and for other purposes. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals and Innovation, Futures Thinking, Public Works, Ways and Means, and Finance.
529, and extended the duration of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, amending for the purpose RA 11899, the Second Congressional Commission on Education Act. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Higher Technical Vocational Education.
530, allowing the Department of Education the flexibility to determine the pedagogical approaches to be implemented in the basic education curriculum, amending Section 5 of RA 10533, the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013. Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Basic Education.
531, amending Section 5, Paragraph 3 of RA 9225, the Citizenship Retention and Reacquisition Act of 2003. Senator Legarda.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
532, creating the National Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for the Bangsamoro, establishing a Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Program for the Bangsamoro, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Local Government, National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification and Reconciliation, and Finance.
533, an act exempting qualified indigents from the payment of professional examination fees and for other purposes. Senator
To
Legarda.
the Committees on Civil Service,
Bilang-
Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
534, an act amending certain provisions of RA 11900, the Vaporized Nicotine and Non-Nicotine Products Regulation Act. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
535, granting post-maternity flexible work arrangement and expanding career leave, amending for the purpose RA 11210, the 105-day expanded maternity leave law, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
536, allowing the adoption of alternative work arrangements, amending for the purpose PD 442, the Labor Code of the Philippines, as amended. Senator
To
Villanueva.
the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development.
537, an act institutionalizing the participation of civil society organizations in the preparation and authorization process of the annual national budget, providing effective mechanisms therefore and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Finance and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
538, an act institutionalizing and enhancing the Skills Certificate Equivalency Program, the Civil Service Commission, and the Technical Education and Skills Authority, and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulations, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, and Finance.
539, an act defining and penalizing marital infidelity, amending for the purpose Act Number 3815, the Revised Penal Code. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
540, an act prohibiting discrimination on the basis of age, sex, civil status, color, economic status, ethnicity, medical condition, physical disability, political opinion or affiliation, race or religious belief, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Cultural Communities, and Muslim Affairs.
541, an act institutionalizing a national values, etiquette, and moral uprightness program and instituting a values-oriented governance, creating for the purpose the Commission on Filipino Values and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Culture and the Arts.
542, an act granting hazard pay to workers in critical industries during a state of calamity or emergency or public health emergency. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
543, an act creating hazard pay to covered employees of the government and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, and Finance. Finance.
544, mandating the establishment of nursing homes for the abandoned, neglected, unattached, or homeless senior citizens, amending RA 7432, an act to maximize the contribution of senior citizens to nation building, grant benefits, and special privileges, and for other purposes as amended and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
545, prohibiting the indiscriminate use of beacons, sirens, and other emergency vehicle lights and audio accessories for moving motor vehicles except as prescribed by law, providing penalties and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
546, an act institutionalizing a national telemedicine system in the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
547, an act further amending RA 7836, the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, as amended by RA 9293. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Civil Service, Government Organization, and Professional Regulation.
548, an act mandating food manufacturers to display color-coded nutritional information on food packaging and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
549, an act providing a fuel subsidy for municipal fisheries, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Finance.
550, an act providing for a Magna Carta for workers in the informal economy and for other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, and Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move to elect the following as members of the Commission on Appointments. On the part of the majority, Senators Alan Cayetano, De La Rosa, Ejercito Estrada, Bongo, Marcoleta, Marcos, Tulfo, Villanueva, and Villar. So move, Mr. President.
What is the pleasure of the distinguished Minority Floor Leader?
May I know how many members of the majority that the majority leader is electing into the Commission on Appointments?
The Majority Leader will please respond.
Sir President, we are electing 10 members of the majority in the Commission on Appointments, Mr. President.
May I know why the computation is the majority members of the so-called majority are getting 10 members into the Commission on Appointments?
Yes,
The
Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader may reply.
Mr. President, the computation is based on an 80-20 representation from the majority and the minority. 80% of 12 members would be equal to 9.6 members, which may be rounded out to 10 members. 20% of 12 members would equal to 2.4 members, which is rounded out to 2. If you look at the composition, Mr. President, right now of the Senate, we have 19 members in the majority. Over 24 is 0.79, Mr. President. 5 members of the minority, over 24 is 0.20. And if you multiply, Mr. President, 0.79 times 12 is 9.6, 0.20 times 12 is 2.4 members, Mr. President.
May I know the basis of the percentages being mentioned by the majority leader, Mr. President? Because the last word I know is that the Supreme Court has decided that if there is controversy in the composition of the Commission on Appointments, it is very clear that the Senate must follow the party lines and the party representation. So if this body elects to follow the Supreme Court decision on the articles of impeachment, why can't they follow the decision of the Supreme Court when it comes to the computation of membership in the Commission on Appointments? So therefore, there is no such thing as 9.6, 9.5, 9.5, 2.5, 2.4. It should be members of the NPC, 6. 3 of them should be in the CA. Members of the NP, Nationalista Party, is 2.5 or 5 of them. So therefore, 2.5, 2.5 should be in the Commission on Appointments. And then the rest are single members of each party. and therefore they could talk to the other members so that their 0.5 can be a total of 1%, one for each representation. There are easily 11. Oh, no, the PDP has 3 members. PDP Laban has 3 members, Senator Bongo and Senator De La Rosa and Senator Robin Padilla. So their representation in the CA should be 1.5. Right now, I'm already hearing Senator Bongo and Senator De La Rosa as members of the CA. What about the other members? What about their political parties? I think this should not be the case to be followed, Mr. President. That the whim of the majority or the whim of the numbers shall prevail. I don't think so. We
Well,
should
Mr.
follow
President-
the rule then, if that is the case. We have been discussing this with Senator Estrada. Senator Villanueva has tried to talk to me about it. What we're saying is that we could come up with a formula that will also jibe with the Supreme Court decision.
If I may,
So why all of a sudden coming up with something like this, and then coming up with so percentages that an economist could not even understand?
Mr. President, if I may.
Before recognizing the Honorable Zubiri, Chair would like to recognize first the Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we put on record that we submit to the statements made by our Minority Leader that it should be based from the Supreme Court's decisions, Mr. President. May I quote, Mr. President, in Coseteng versus Mitra, the Supreme Court noted that the House membership was based on 80-20 representation. Almost the same, Mr. President, as what we mentioned earlier after rounding up the proportional representation of the LDP members comprising the majority during that time, Mr. President. Let me quote, Mr. President, the decision. The composition of the House membership in the Commission on Appointments was based on proportional representation of the political parties in the House. There are 160 members of the LDP in the House, and they represent 79% of the House membership. 80% of 12 members in the Commission on Appointments would equal 9.6 members, which may be rounded out to 10 from the LDP. Mr. President, noting, Mr. President, in the recent Congresses, membership in the CA has not been based on representation of political parties, but rather on proportional representation. And in this case, Mr. President, we computed, Mr. President, the members of the majority and the minority bloc in the Senate. Also, Mr. President, let me point out, in the same formula the Supreme Court cited in its decision, Gingona versus Gonzalez, the practice of rounding off that has not been consistently followed in the 15th and the 19th Congress. Mr. President, in the same Supreme Court decision, the SC explicitly mentioned, it is also a fact accepted by all such parties that each of them is entitled to a fractional membership on the basis of the rule on proportional representation of each of the political parties or coalition, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, if the question is every senator would have a 0.5 fractional membership, the senator does not actually hold that 0.5 fractional membership, Mr. President. Ang may-ari po nito ay yung koalisyon. Ito pong sinasamahan niya na bloke. And that's why, Mr. President, if the question is whether or not a senator from the majority bloc, for instance, would give up his or her fractional membership to another party, it cannot be done, Mr. President, as the proportional allocation of seats belongs to, again, to the party, coalition, or bloc, and not the senators themselves. And the Supreme Court is very clear that a senator is not ipso facto entitled to a CA seat. I submit, Mr. President, and lastly, Mr. President, again, may I be allowed to mention this, in the Gingona resolution issued by the Supreme Court, let me quote, respondents, however, accepted the fact that for the purpose of determining the proportional representatives of each political party to the Commission on Appointments, the basis thereof, Mr. President, the basis thereof is the actual number of members of each political party at the time of election of the members of the Commission on Appointments in the Senate. And that's why, Mr. President, even though this representation is moving for this particular motion, Mr. President, this representation would submit to the wisdom, collective wisdom of the members of this institution. I submit, Mr. President.
Senator Zubiri is recognized for his interjection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with due respect to the Majority Leader, usually, if it's that political party that makes a decision for us on who will be heading this commission appointments, we usually look for partners. We've been doing that since 2007, Mr. President. I remember in 2016, my partner was Senator Richard Gordon. And he allowed me to take my seat in the CA actually for almost 2 terms, or two Congresses, which is the 6th, 17th, and 18th Congresses. And may kahati po ako, kaya 0.5 kami. He could have taken the first 1.5 years and I could have taken the second 1.5 years. But what he did is he gave it to me, hindi na siya umupo sa kanyang position or karapatan bilang CA member. Kaya dito lumalabas, mga kababayan, no, sa ating Senate President, may ka-partner po tayo. So, that's why we computed it at 9.5 and 2.5. That's also the right of the minority to have the 0.5 seat. Kaya nga sabi ko nga, Mr. President, maybe if we cannot get ourselves from that deadlock that there's a 0.5 seat, but we must at least recognize that the minority has the 0.5 seat. I mean, schematics lang yan eh. 0.4 yung sa majority, 0.6. Pero sa totoo yan, 0.5 yan, kalahati-kalahati yan, Mr. President. Because we share our seat with another member. That's how it is. That's the tradition. I know Senator Jinggoy is familiar with that. The Senate President is familiar with that. We just look for partners. In the time when I was Senate President, Your Honor, the Senate President, I gave my share actually to the Senate President, to Senator Chis Escudero, so that he'll have a full membership of the CA. Kasi kalahati ko siya. Wala akong kahati dahil ako yung presiding officer ng CA. So yung punto ko po dyan, Mr. President, kawawa naman yung 0.5 seat ng minority. 0.5 na lang nga, tatanggalin nyo pa at ibibigay nyo pa sa iba. Papayag kami na may kahati po kami sa minority, sa majority. Yung minority sana, pabigyan na makaupo din. Whether it's the first half or the second half of the 20th Congress. But that would have been the more ideal situation, Mr. President. Na kung gusto nyo, ako pumapayag nga ako, mag-toss coin na lang. Para sa ganun, sinong uupo sa majority, sinong uupo sa minority sa first half and second half. But really, hindi natin matanggal na meron talagang kahati kami doon sa posisyon na yan. Dati, nung panahon ni Senator, when I was Senate President, walang problema yung minority dahil dalawa lang po sila, Mr. President. So obviously, it was either Senator Coco or Senator Risa. Pero ito 5 po kami. So kung 5 po kami, that entitles us to about 2.5 seats in the CA. So yan lang pong apela natin, that by tradition, we don't have any problem like this because naghahanap po tayo na kahati. Kung wala po tayong kahati, di toss coin na lang po yung kalahati. Sinong upo muna at sinong upo huli. Pero you cannot rob us from that 0.5 right of us to be able to sit in the Commission on Appointments.
Mr. President.
Noted.
With the permission of the minority leader, I am sorry I took his time.
The remarks of the gentleman is noted.
Mr. President.
The minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were expecting at least some kind of cooperation or acknowledgement of the members of the minority before the majority leader all of a sudden stands up. The members of the majority have been talking to us eh. Nakikipag-usap. Kanina lang, kinausap kami ng President Pro Tem. Ngayon, biglang titindig itong majority leader na biglang he will be ramming down our throats. 10 members of the majority, all of a sudden. We're expecting more cooperation and more better treatment for the minority because we're trying to our best to treat you as well because we can make it harder for you. if this is what you want. Kaya we were expecting, something better. Konting pakisamahan naman dito, it's been that way since before. Pero kung ganyan ang gagawin natin, kasi the other members of the majority should know that ano lang to it's a matter of party representation And if we do that, if we do we follow the party representation, simpleng-simple. 6 NPCs, 3 upo, they decide sino 3. Oh, 5 ang Nationalista Party, 2.5. So may bakanting 0.5. Yung PDP laban, 3. So 1.5. May isa at may bakanting 0.5. So pag pinagsama mo yun, 6 or 5. 6. And merong isang 0.5. And then there are 10 members who are either single members of the party or are independent. And in that case, 10 of them, 5 of them sits in the CA dapat. Yun ang dapat formula. Ganun lang kasimple dapat sana yung formula, Mr. President. Kung hindi naman, andun yung alternative formula which is majority-minority, okay. Pero we were expecting, the simple respect to the members of the minority na kinakausap naman kami. Hindi kami salimpusa dito. We can make this easy for you and we can make it also difficult for you. We leave it up to you, Mr. President. My objection stands. I don't think we should continue with the election until we have discussed this properly, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, God is my witness. And we have been talking to the members of the minority. The minority leader even mentioned that we were talking to him, Mr. President, and the members of the minority. Senator Mig Zubiri, Senator Lauren Legarda is also aware of this for quite some time before the lull, Mr. President, during the order of business. Our Senate President Pro Temp again reiterated our request and our intention to actually move for this motion because, Mr. President, under the Constitution, the CA shall be constituted within 30 days after the Senate and the HOR shall have been organized with the election of the Senate President and the Speaker of the House. The Senate was organized, Mr. President, July 28. Therefore, Mr. President, the Commission on Appointments must be constituted not later than August 27. And that's next week, Mr. President, and we still have to issue notices, etc. Now, Mr. President, on the statements, and I sincerely respect our former Senate President, Mig Zubiri. Mr. President, let me just point out, Mr. President, no one's robbing of anything because we're doing this on the basis of the Supreme Court decisions, Mr. President. Mr. President, and if I may again, Mr. President, it is submitted, if the tradition, Mr. President, the concern here now, Mr. President, is can tradition on informal agreements between senators be cited in determining how many members from the majority and the minority blocks will be represented in the CA? Mr. President, again, this representation submits that we stick to the established mathematical formula and the use of Supreme Court decisions as guidance, Mr. President. Kaya po nagbigay sila ng desisyon so that we can be guided accordingly in determining the proportional representation in the CA. In the SC resolution, again, Mr. President, on Gingona versus Gonzales, the court said, no practice or tradition established by a mere tolerance can, without judicial acquiescence, ripen into a doctrine of practical construction of the fundamental law. In the same decision, Mr. President, in the Gingona resolution, it also states, who decides the question of proportionality, Mr. President? Who decides? The power to choose who among them will sit as members of the Commission on Appointments belong to the Senate, Mr. President. And that's why, Mr. President, even this representation who made that motion will submit to the decision of every member of the Senate. And furthermore, Mr. President, in the Coseteng versus Mitra, the Supreme Court again pointed out the other political parties or groups, and I quote, other political parties or groups in the House, such as petitioners, kaiba, which is presumably the member also with the coalition majority. Ang sabi po ng Supreme Court, are bound by the majority's choices. Mr. President, last but not the least, as much as we wanted to entertain the idea of coin tossing, Mr. President, my sister won in the mayoralty election in Bukawi by coin toss, Mr. President. But we have no precedence on this matter, Mr. President. And again, let me submit for the record that the Supreme Court provided us guidelines with all due respect to our colleagues, especially in the minority. Thank you, Mr.
The
President.
minority leader is
Yes,
recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. The Gingona versus Gonzalez issue should be the prevailing, not the Mitra or Cositeng versus Mitra, as mentioned earlier by the majority leader. The interpretation of Constitution Article 6, Section 1, Section 18 is very clear. Basis of proportional representation from political parties and party organizations. Ang linaw nun eh. Walang sinasabi itong majority and minority.
Mr. President, if I may, I believe
The
the
majority
party,
leader
the
is
party
recognized.
organization is the minority and the majority. And I submit again, Mr. President, hindi po ako magmamagaling-galingan or magsasabing eksperto dito. But nais ko, Mr. President, na isubmit itong aking posisyon sa body, Mr. President, at maging sa mga kasama natin dito sa bulwagang ito, Mr. President.
Mr. President, di ko pwedeng sabihin yung laman ng Constitution ng parties, organizations, meaning majority and minority. That is a very poor interpretation, Mr. President. Ang linaw eh. The basis of proportional representation from the political parties and parties or organizations registered under the party list system represented therein. Hindi ko makikita yung majority-minority doon, Mr. President. So I think kung sa mga simple membership ng mga committee, kinukonsulta members ng minority, kinukonsulta bawat member sila, bakit hindi sa napaka-importanting body like the Commission on Appointments? But hindi makakonsulta. The President pro tem was talking to us about it just a few minutes ago. That's the point, Mr. President. Bakit ganito? But then again, that is my appeal. And if it doesn't work, then let's work.
Mr. President, I submit, Mr. President, I think we have been debating on this, Mr. President. Again, that is the position of this representation, and we submit it, Mr. President.
Before acting on the motion of the majority leader duly objected to by the distinguished minority floor leader, Chair would like to state for the record that neither the majority nor the minority has a monopoly of interpreting what the Supreme Court said in regard to the Supreme Court decision on the composition of the Commission on Appointments. In fact, that is the reason why in no less than 8 occasions, cases were brought before the Supreme Court precisely on the composition of the Commission on Appointments, beginning as early as 1951, the latest being in 2009. And the Senate is a deliberative body. The Supreme Court said it is the Senate that decides on these matters. Chair takes exception to the statement that this is being rammed because we debated on it, and when there is a motion duly objected to, our rules state very clearly that we should divide the House by acting on that clear difference in opinion with respect to matters that the Senate needs to act upon, specifically that we should constitute and organize the Commission on Appointments within 30 days after the organization of both the House and the Senate. That date lapsing on August 27, 2025. What is the pleasure of Senator Cayetano?
Sir President, aside from, with the permission of both the majority leader, minority leader, of course, as a former diplomat, I'd rather na mag-usap, and I think nag-uusap ng the last 2 weeks. Unfortunately, I think hindi umuusad yung point na mag-agree. But I was once in the position of the minority leader, and he was the majority leader. So I do understand the duty of Senator Soto not only to stand up here, but to make sure that in the CA, there is more representation for the minority. However, this is also unique because both the Senate President and the Minority Leader are from the NPC, which is not the first time because this happened during the time of the LDP, precisely because we're one of the 3 countries in the world, or 4, that presidential pero multi-party. Usually kasi pag presidential, 2 parties lang. So medyo malinaw yung representation. Having said that, my appeal lang is that kung hindi nga mapag-uusapan, aside from the 30-day, the 2 pending, aside from the diplomats and the military officers, it is the Secretary of Energy and Secretary of DNR. We all know that it's not only DPWH and flood control projects ang nag-cause ng baha. We also know that whether it's reclamations or kulang ng ECC, whether it's mga ilog na tinambakan, DNR yan eh. And we also know that ang laki ng problema sa kuryente in some parts of the Philippines. So I mean, further delay would might benefit us sa pag-uusap, but it will damage, the discussions of this with the secretaries, because the CA is such a powerful tool to get the secretaries on the right track. At kung hindi dapat sila i-confirm, hindi i-confirm. Kung i-confirm, through our collective efforts, I think itong flooding at saka itong kuryente madidiscuss na maaga. So I just like to empathize with both the majority and minority leader, but emphasize that we have to decide sooner than later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
Maybe there's still, we can ask for a minute suspension. Maybe there's still some diplomacy left in this situation. Since the former Secretary of Foreign Affairs stood up and said that he could help in the diplomacy or this issue particularly.
Instead of suspending so as to make the most out of the time of the Senate, can we defer acting on the motion of the majority leader duly objected to and take up some of the reference of business
That's okay.
while waiting, and thereafter we shall proceed to act on the motion of the majority floor leader with the permission of Senator Zubiri and the minority.
Okay.
Chair hereby defers acting on the motion duly objected to by the minority leader to elect the 10 members of the Commission on Appointments. Majority leader?
Mr. President, move that we proceed with the additional reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Secretary is directed to comply.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading, Senate number 551. An act providing for the issuance of a list of low-lying areas of the Philippine territory vulnerable to rising sea levels as a result of climate change and areas at high risk for natural disasters, mandating the DNR, DOST, Climate Change Commission, and other concerned government agencies for its regular updating, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Science and Technology, and Finance.
552, providing for the strategic exploration, development, utilization, and conservation of mineral resources for the benefit of local industries and communities, and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, and Ways and Means.
553, an act defining and penalizing espionage and other offenses against national security, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation.
554, an act integrating voter education in the junior and senior high school curricula, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
555, integrating labor education in the senior high school curriculum, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Labor Employment and Human Resources Development.
556, an act prohibiting the selling and or buying of admission tickets through unauthorized sales channels, providing penalties, and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
557, prohibiting the extraordinary rendition of persons to foreign jurisdictions, Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Foreign Relations.
558, recognizing the rights of natural ecosystems, populations, and processes, and providing mechanisms for the protection and enforcement thereof, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change, Justice, Human Rights, and Finance.
559, preventing, mitigating, and responding to risks affecting children while on vacation, engaging in leisure, or participating in any other activities related to the tourism industry.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, Gender Equality, and Tourism.
560, an act establishing the National Coastal Greenbelt Program, providing funds and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, Climate Change, and Finance.
561, an act providing for the Magna Carta for Children, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, and Finance.
560, an act to ensure gender-responsive and inclusive protocols and programming to address the gender-differentiated needs of women during emergencies, including public health concerns, pandemics, and natural and man-made disasters, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, Health and Demography, and Finance.
563, an act providing for comprehensive and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system, providing funds and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights, and Finance.
564, an act strengthening the regulatory system in the country to prevent counterfeit pharmaceutical products, declaring large-scale counterfeiting activities as an offense involving economic sabotage, providing for the prohibition and penalties for violations thereof, and repealing for the purpose RA 8203, the special law on counterfeit drugs, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Justice and Human Rights, and Finance.
565, amending Republic Act number 11313, the Safe Spaces Act, and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, and Justice and Human Rights.
566, and I providing for a Magna Carta for workers, enterprises, and organizations in the informal economy, and institutionalizing mechanisms for recognition, the integration, and transition to the formal economy for implementation thereof, and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development, Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, and Finance.
567, an act protecting the rights of internally displaced persons and penalizing the acts of arbitrary internal displacement, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, Ways and Means, and Finance.
568, ordaining the promotion of social enterprises to alleviate poverty, establishing for the purpose the poverty reduction through social entrepreneurship program, and providing support, benefits, and appropriating funds therefor, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, Ways and Means, and Finance.
569, instituting a national land use and management policy, providing for the implementing mechanisms therefor, and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, and Finance.
570, creating the National Transitional Justice Reconciliation and Commission for the Bangsamoro, establishing a Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Program for the Bangsamoro, appropriating funds therefor, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Local Government, National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and Finance.
571, an act strengthening water service cooperatives, establishing for this purpose the local water service cooperatives development fund, and providing support programs for their growth and development, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Cooperatives, Public Services, Ways and Means, and Finance.
572, providing for the revised cooperative code of the Philippines, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Cooperatives, Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes, Ways and Means, and Finance.
573, establishing local cooperatives development fund and appropriating funds therefor and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Cooperatives, Local Government, and Finance.
574, increasing the salary grade level of social worker position from salary grade 11 to salary grade 15 and providing funds therefor, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, and Finance.
575, providing for hospital and healthcare benefits for public and private school teachers and their dependents and appropriating funds therefor, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Health and Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
576, providing for a Magna Carta of tricycle drivers and operators and institutionalizing the mechanisms for its implementation, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Public Services and Local Government.
577, promoting national awareness to the mandatory study of the West Philippine Sea in public and private educational institutions, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Finance.
578, declaring July 12 as the National West Philippine Sea Victory Day in commemoration of the Philippines' triumph before the Permanent Court of Arbitration, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance.
579, strengthening the barangay unit through support for barangay officials and barangay volunteer workers, amending RA 7160, providing funds therefor and for other purposes, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committees on Local Government, Health and Demography, and Finance.
580, granting retirement benefits to all elective or appointed barangay officials who have rendered a consecutive period of 9 years or 3 terms of public service in the barangay, appropriating funds therefor, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committees on Local Government and Corporations and Government Corporations and Public Enterprises and Finance.
581, an act to promote rural health by providing for an accelerated program for the construction of a potable water supply system in every barangay in the country within 3 years, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, Local Government, and Finance.
582, establishing quality standards for mineral, carbonated, and other bottled water, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Health and Demography, Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, and Finance.
583, an act amending Commonwealth Act 473, the revised naturalization law and for other purposes, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
584, an act providing for a new charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose EO 81 as amended, Senator Villar M.
To the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies and Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
585, an act providing for a new charter of the Land Bank of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Section 74 to 100 of RA 3844 or the Agricultural Land Reform Code as amended, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies and Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
586, an act regulating the manufacturing, importation, and use of single-use plastic products and providing penalties, levies, and incentive system for industries, business enterprises, and consumers thereof, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Ways and Means, and Finance.
587, an act providing a socialized microfinancing program for micro-enterprises, thereby promoting entrepreneurship, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Economic Affairs, and Finance.
588, an act providing for a comprehensive, accessible, and affordable early detection and timely intervention services for children with special needs, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
589, establishing green lanes for purposes of streamlining the permitting and licensing of strategic investments, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Ways and Means, and Finance.
590, establishing and organizing the Philippine Electronic Sports Commission and appropriating funds therefor, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Sports, Civil Service, Government Organization and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
591, promoting the adoption of stray and impounded animals by providing incentives, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Local Government, and Ways and Means.
592, establishing a credit assistance program for overseas Filipino workers, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Migrant Workers and Finance.
593 is safeguarding the health of Filipino mothers at the time of their childbirth, providing protective mechanism therefore, Senator Villar M.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Local Government.
594, modernizing the Philippine Orthopedic Center, enhancing its healthcare services, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Tulfo E.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance.
595, establishing safeguards for the use of social media by minors, promoting a safe and age-appropriate digital environment, and protecting minors from digital addiction and for other purposes, Senator Tulfo E.
To the Committees on Science and Technology and Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
596, establishing the geriatric specialty centers and the DOH retained hospitals and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Tulfo E.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
597, amending RA 7309, an act creating a board of claims under the DOJ for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes and for other purposes, Senator Tulfo E.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
598, an act rationalizing the workload of public school teachers and for other purposes, Senator Tulfo E.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
599, providing services to Muslim Filipino pilgrims through the privatization of the annual Hajj pilgrimage, amending RA 9997, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, and for other purposes, Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs.
Senate number 600, an act institutionalizing civil partnership of same-sex couples, establishing their rights and obligations, and for other purposes, Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality. Session is suspended.
President, I move that we
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Senator Cayetano is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, after having some time just reviewing the Supreme Court decisions, looking at the circumstances, the different coalitions present in today's Senate, it's a very complicated matter. Even some in the majority vote with the minority on some issues, some in the minority vote with us in the majority on some issues. We will be facing many, many issues, and of course, the composition, Senator Marcoleta was telling me, hindi pwedeng kulang ang CA kasi masyadong importante. And I agree with you, Senator Marcoleta. But also the diversity of the representation in the CA is so important. So may I propose this temporary measure just so that we'll have more time to discuss the representation in the CA and the interpretation of the Supreme Court. May I ask that my name be withdrawn as a nominee for the CA so that the 9 other members from the majority may be confirmed by the session today, but I will withdraw for today, and then maybe in a day or two the minority will be able to also with us come up with a consensus on the right representation of the 12-member 12-man and woman contingent of the Senate, plus of course the Senate President as the chair of the Commission on Appointments, Mr. If the Majority Leader and Minority Leader have no objections.
What does the Minority Leader say to the manifestation of the Honorable Cayetano?
With the manifestation of the former speaker and the gentleman from Taguig, Mr. President, I will withdraw my objection.
We thank Senator Cayetano for his magnanimity and as well as thank the distinguished Minority Floor Leader for his understanding and patience. There is a motion. Given the withdrawal of the Minority Leader of his objection, there is a motion to elect the following members as members of the Commission on Appointments, namely Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Rodante Marcoleta, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Rafi Tulfo, Senator Joel Villanueva, and Senator Mark Villar. Any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned members are elected to the Commission on Appointments, subject to the caveat that the remaining members of the Commission on Appointments will be elected before the week is over on Wednesday. Majority Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Pampanga, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, is seeking the floor to deliver his privileged speech. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Pangilinan is recognized to deliver his privileged speech. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Magandang hapon po sa kanilang lahat. This afternoon, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Umpisahan ko sa pangkaraniwang eksena sa maraming tahanang Pilipino. Almusal, agahan. Nagluto ng instant noodles si nanay para sa 3 niyang anak. Dinamihan niya ng tubig para masabaw. Para mas marami ang paghahatian. Para lahat ng bata makakain bago pumasok sa eskwelahan. Sa sobrang normalized, naging viral trend na yung masabaw na instant noodles. Sa dako naman ng ating mga food producers, ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda, sila ang pinakamahirap sa mga mahihirap. Habang ang poverty level sa buong bansa ay nasa 22%, ang poverty level sa hanay ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda ay 30%. O halos 30%. Ang average na edad ng ating mga magsasaka ay 56 years old at ang average na kinikita sa isang buwan ay naglalaro sa 7,000 hanggang 11,000 pesos. Mas mababa pa sa sinasabi ng PSA na kailangang kitain para matugunan ang basic needs, yung halagang 13,000 pesos a month. Binabagyo at binabaon ng utang kapos sa kapital at pondo, pinagsasamantalahan pa ng mga sugapang trader at mga kasabwat nitong mga kurakot na opisyal ng gobyerno. Pinakamasaklap sa lahat, kung sino pa ang nagpapakain sa bansa, sa ating lahat, hindi kayang sustentuhan ang pagkain ng sarili at ng pamilya. May Rice Emergency Crisis Declaration ang administrasyon ng gobyerno simula pa noong Pebrero. Distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, our nation of 115 million Filipinos is facing a grim and debilitating food, agriculture, and fisheries crisis. In 2015, the Philippine agriculture imports amounted to $10 billion. Last year, the country imported some $20 billion worth of agri-products. 100% increase sa loob lamang ng isang dekada. Pababa ng pababa ang ating local production habang pataas ng pataas ang importasyon. Hindi na kayang bumili ng masarap at masustansyang pagkain ang milyon-milyon nating mga kababayan, habang halos wala nang gustong magsaka sa bagong henerasyon ng mga Pilipino. At kung wala nang magtatanim sa susunod na henerasyon, saan natin kukunin ang ating pagkain? Aasa na lang ba tayo sa importasyon ng bilyong-bilyon ng bigas, isda, karne, gulay? Mananatili na lang bang mahal ang presyo ng pagkain at iba pang bilihin? Ano ang ibig sabihin ng food insecurity? By global standards, our food insecurity is high. The UN latest State of Food Security and Nutrition report estimates that about 44% of Filipinos, roughly 51 million people, experience moderate or severe food insecurity between 2021 and 2023. Isa sa bawat dalawang mga kababayan natin halos ang nakaranas ng gutom. Among children under 5, ang pagbabansot o stunting affects 23.6%. Ang pagiging wasting o butot balat, 5.6%. Ang underweight, 15.1%. Bago mag-2016, nung tayo ang in charge ng NFA bilang Food Security Secretary, naipababa natin ang presyo ng bigas ng hanggang 3 piso kada kilo, naranasan ng pinakamababang inflation sa loob ng 20 taon noong September 2015. Dahilan ito na noong mga panahon na yon, maraming nabibili ang 500 piso at 1,000 piso sa mga palengke. Nakakalungkot na mamalengke ngayon. Noong 1 linggo pagkatapos ng sunod-sunod na ulan at pagbaha, namalengke yung isang kaibigan ko na taga Rizal. Ang sabi niya, dati tipak ng karne na bibili ko. Ngayon, tigi 1 kilo na lang ang 4,000 ko. Gulay at spices ko, 900 plus. Ang bawang, 140. Ang sibuyas, 145. Kamatis, 60. Kalamansi, 80. At pamatay ang bell pepper, 3 piraso, 65 pesos. Nanay ko, sabi niya, gusto ng broccoli, pikit mata, 260 ang 2 piraso. 160 pa rin ang 1 litro ng coco oil, 75 naman ang 1 kilo ng asukal. Sa kanayunan naman, sa kabilang dulo ng food supply chain, yung mga magsasaka naghihinaing din. Lalo na ang ating mga magpapalay. Lalo na ngayong anihan. Mula 5 piso hanggang 10 piso kada kilo binibili ang palay. Gayong mga 14 hanggang 17 kada kilo ang puhunan. Kasama dito ang pataba, binhi, pestisido. Luging-lugi na raw, baon na sa utang, may nagsasabi pa na di na daw sila magtatanim sa susunod na farm cycle. The economic bill of malnutrition is staggering. The World Bank has estimated childhood undernutrition costs the Philippines up to $8.5 billion a year, or roughly 2 to 3% of GDP when you account for lost productivity, health care, and education impacts. This is economic self-harm we no longer can afford. Ano nga ba ang ugat ng food insecurity? Una sa lahat, pinabayaan natin ang mga nagpapakain sa atin, ang industriya at sektor nila. Ikumpara natin sa ating mga kapitbayan. Noong 2020, naglaan ang Thailand ng 3.6% ng kanyang national budget sa agrikultura. Vietnam, 6.5%. Indonesia, 3.4%. Lahat mas mataas kaysa sa Pilipinas sa 1.7%. Namumuhunan sila sa research and development extension services. Ayon sa isang hearing natin nung nakaraang kongreso, ang average na taunang kita ng kanilang mga magsasaka ay 2 hanggang 4 na beses na mas mataas kaysa sa ating mga magsasaka. Sa Taiwan, nitong nakaraang taon, ang average na kinikita ng kanilang magsasaka ay 300,000 pesos kada buwan. Sana man lang ang budget ng ating agrikultura at ang kita ng ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda ay pantay sa ating mga kapitbayan. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang underpaid ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda, under-equipped at under-supported. Sa larangan ng suporta ng DA, saan tayo nakakita ng sitwasyon na ang pangunahing ahensyang pamahalaan na ang mandato ay suportahan, tulungan ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda ay hanggang regional level lamang. Ang presensya ay nasa regional level. Wala ang mga ito sa probinsya o sa bayan. Bilang naging full-time farmer CEO na nagpatakbo ng pribadong farm enterprise sa Alfonso, Cavite mula pa noong 2012, ang aming farm ay nasa Alfonso, Cavite. Ang Lipa, Batangas Regional Office ng DA ay nasa Lipa, Batangas. Halos 6 na oras balikan ng biyahe patungong Lipa mula sa Alfonso at pabalik. Paano pa kaya ang mga taga Rizal o Bondok Peninsula? Kailangan baguhin ito. Kailangan din baguhin ang kakulangan ng pondo para sa sektor. Kaya bang maging 20 pesos ang presyo ng 1 kilo ng bigas? Tinanong sa akin ng media. Ang sagot ko ay ganito. Sana nung inanunsyo ito ni Pangulong BBM noong 2022, sinunod niya ng anunsyo na at upang makamit ito ay ilalaan natin ang dagdag na 50 hanggang 100 bilyong piso na budget ng DA taon-taon upang pagdating ng 2028 o 6 years later, mahigit kalahating trilyon na ang budget ng Department of Agriculture. At ang bulto dapat ng dagdag na pondo ay ilalaan sa direktang suporta sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda sa usaping mechanization, abono, pestisido, punla, access to credit, dagdag na crop insurance, health accident insurance, extension service at iba pa para tumaas ang kita at ani at huli ng ating sektor ng magsasaka at mangingisda. Ito ang isa sa naway paglalaban natin taon-taon upang umabot na ng mahigit 500 billion ang budget ng Agri bago matapos ang termino ng Pangulo sa 2028. Ano ang resulta sa kakulangan ng suporta na nanatiling isang kahig, isang tuka ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda? Bagsak ang kita at ani at huli. Mahal ang pagkain at gutom ang milyong-milyon nating mga kababayan, lalo na ang ating mga anak. Base din sa datos ng DA, dahil bagsak ang ating agriculture productivity, halos kulelat ang Pilipinas sa agri-exports sa ASEAN. Ang export ng produktong agrikultura noong 2024 ng Indonesia ay $49.4 billion, habang ang Thailand 46 billion. Ang Vietnam, $35.6 billion. Malaysia, $31 billion. Singapore, $14.1 billion. At ang Pilipinas, $7.8 billion. Tama po ang narinig ninyo, Ginoong Pangulo. Ang Singapore na di hamak na mas maliit ang sukat ng land area kumpara sa NCR at may populasyon lamang ng 5.8 million ay halos doble ang agri-export kumpara sa atin. Nakakapanlumo ang mga datos gayong marami sa mga taga-Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia ay dito sa UP Los Baños, dito sa IRRI nag-aral ng agriculture. Pangalawa sa ugat ng krisis, ang daming nawawala sa buong food supply chain. Post-harvest losses in rice alone is pegged at about 14 to 15% or about close to 2 million tons of rice that could have fed millions. They slip away during drying, milling, and storage because we lack dryers, warehouses, silos, cold chain, etc. Bunga rin ng kakulangan at naging pabaya sa ating food producers. Pangatlo, disaster zone ng Pilipinas, number 1 in the World Risk Index, most disaster prone. Globally, sa bawat bagyo, pagtuyot, baha, inaanod ang ating seguridad sa pagkain. Pag walang suporta ang magsasaka at mangingisda matapos ang kalamidad, mananatiling baon, mananatiling hirap, mananatiling hindi makakapag-ani ng maayos. Pang-apat ay katiwalian at kurakot sa mga ahensya na direktang may kinalaman sa sektor. Habang tadtad tayo ng natural disasters sa hanay ng agrikultura, tadtad din tayo ng man-made disasters. Kung hindi sa usapin ng makupad na kilos ng gobyerno o kakulangan ng tauhan at pondo, man-made disaster din ang pangungurakot sa gobyerno sa lantarang smuggling ng produktong agrikultura sa buwatan ng mga traders, middlemen, importers, brokers, smugglers, sa buwatan nila sa ilang mga nasa DA, BOC, BIR, NFA, NBI, PNP, pati rin ang pribadong mga bangko. Lantaran din ang mga rig at overpriced na bidding ng pataba, mga kagamitan, mga pestisido, mga ghost deliveries, peking mga farmers' beneficiaries. Kamadang sindikato ang nakapalibid sa sektor ng agrikultura sa kasalukuyan na dapat ng wakasan. Sa usapin ng smuggling ng produktong agrikultura, ito ang pumapatay sa mga lokal na mga producers ng bigas, baboy, manok, gulay at iba pa. Hanggang ngayon, mula noong 2016, nung naipasa ang batas na ginawang non-bailable ang smuggling ng produktong agrikultura, halagang 1 million sa isda at gulay hanggang 10 million sa bigas. Sa awa ng Diyos hanggang ngayon, wala pa ring nakukulong na smuggler o importer. Habang pinapalakas ang nasabing batas na ipasa naman nitong nakaraang September 2024 ang Anti-Agri-Econ Smuggling Act. 3 kaso ang naisampa, subalit wala pa ring na-issue ng mga warrant of arrest at wala pa ring nakukulong na big-time smuggler, broker o importer. Sa nakaraang taon lamang, 100 milyong pisong halaga ng smuggled na frozen meat sa Cavite na samsam. 100 million piso na halaga ng sibuyas at bawang sa Marilao, Bulacan na kumpiska. 115 milyong piso na sibuyas sa Subic. 1.9 billion pisong halaga ng imported na bigas na nireport na nakumpiska ng DA. Subalit, wala pa ring nakakulong na smuggler o importer. In fairness kay Secretary Kiko Laurel, pilit niyang nilalagay sa ayos ang ahensya. Ngunit sa aking karanasan sa pagiging cabinet secretary, alam kong hindi madali ang kanyang trabaho at higit sa lahat ay kailangan niyang tulong upang linisin ang dekadang taong sistema ng katiwalian sa ahensya. Naghahanap ng solusyon si Secretary Kiko at ito ang dapat naman talagang gawin. Ganon din ang pagkaalam ko sa bagong itinalagang commissioner ng customs na si Ariel Nepomuceno. Umaasa tayo na kikilos si Commissioner Nepomuceno sa usapin ng pagsampa ng mga kaso laban sa mga smuggler, non-bailable na kaso. Nakatrabaho ko si Commissioner Nepomuceno nung siya'y Deputy Commissioner pa nung panahon ni Pangulong Aquino sa Commission sa Bureau of Customs. At nakasama ko siya na nasamsam ang 100 milyong pisong halaga ng smuggled na bigas nung ako ay Food Security Secretary. May balita din ako nung Biyernes lamang sa kauna-unahang Port Collectors Meeting ni Commissioner Ariel Nepomuceno, sinabi niya ito sa harap ng mga port collectors. Titiyakin niya na sasampahan ng kasong economic sabotage na non-bailable ang mga brokers, importers at pati BOC personnel na sangkot sa smuggling at kriminalidad. Babantayan natin ito. Sa halip na bumabaha ng korupsyon, dapat bumabaha ng solusyon. At may 5 solusyon ang nais nating isulong sa problema ng food security. Unang-una, to squarely address the agriculture, fisheries, and food crisis currently facing the nation, similar to its response to the crisis in Philippine education, Congress should by law create an Agri and Food Commission that will further seek to identify and fully understand the challenges and problems facing agriculture and fisheries and the nation's efforts at achieving food security and our citizens' access to affordable and nutritious food, and provide the necessary solutions and action steps to address the crisis. This morning, we filed a Senate bill to this effect. Pangalawa, kailangan repasuhin ang rice tarification measure upang mas mahigit na mabantayan ng NFA ang supply ng bigas at habulin ang mga mapagsamantalang mga trader at hoarder. At habang binibigyan ng dagdag na suporta naman ng DA ang ating mga magsasaka sa usapin ng cash assistance, seedling support, equipment, dryers, warehousing at iba pa. Pangatlo, repasuhin ang mga batas sa agriculture co-ops at extension service upang ibalik sa DA ang pangangasiwa ng agri-co-ops at ibalik din ang Bureau of Agriculture Extension Services na hanggang sa level ng probinsya at mga bayan, mga municipalities. Inihain na natin ang 2 panukalang batas hinggil dito noong nakarang linggo. Uumpisa na natin ang mga hearing tungkol dito at hinihiling natin sa Pangulo na i-certify itong 2 bills bilang urgent. Extension service at pagpapalakas ng agriculture co-ops under the DA. Pang-apat, full implementation ng Sagip-Saka Act. Gamitin ang RA 11321 upang direktang bumili ang mga ahensya ng pamahalaang pambansa at mga LGU sa ating mga farmers at fisher folk na walang middleman at walang public bidding, negotiated contract para sa mga programa sa feeding programs, sa mga ospital, mga jails, calamity relief operations, mga barracks ng AFP at PNP. Tiyak, pag na-implementa ng tama at buo, sabay nagagalaw ang pagkain at kita. Magbigay ng mga nakatemplate na kontrata, mag-price reference at pagsasanay para mabilis may sagawa ng mga LGU. Magtakda rin ng floor price sa palay na ipapatupad ng gobyerno habang binibili nito sa ating mga magsasaka ang usapin ng palay purchases. Hinihiling din natin sa Pangulo na mag-issue ng EO upang atasan ang DA at DTI at lahat ng ahensya ng pamahalaan na bumibili ng pagkain upang ma-implementa agad ang pagsasagawa ng negotiated contract sa ilalim ng Sagip-Saka Law. Para naman sa darating na Pasko ay may dagdag na kita at panggastos ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda, lalo na't anihan na sa darating na Setyembre hanggang Disyembre. Hinihiling din natin pass the libreng almusal bill require a minimum share of schools and hospitals to be procured via Sagip-Saka with nutrition smart menus. Panglima, madaliin ang mga sumusunod. Certify as urgent the agriculture land conversion ban. Constitute the Congressional Oversight Committee on Agriculture Economic Sabotage under Section 25 of RA 12022. File economic sabotage cases against traders buying palay at 5 pesos from farmers under Section 3E of Republic Act number 12022 or the Anti-Agriculture Sabotage Act against smugglers and hoarders. Tap the over 25,000 graduates. The DA should tap the over 25,000 graduates of academic degrees in agriculture from state universities, other government schools, and local universities to occupy 2,500 vacancies in the Department of Agriculture as the first step to address extension services and strengthening agricultural cooperatives. Sa larangan na ito, mga kasamahan sa Senado, bilang pangwakas, ano ba ang mukha ng tagumpay? Wala nang batang pumapasok sa eskwela ng gutom. Taon-taon, pababa na ang kaso ng pagkakabansot o pagiging butot balat. Di nakasama ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda sa listahan ng pinakamahirap dahil sapat na at buo ang extension service at pag-oorganisa nila sa ilalim ng mga kooperatiba. Bumibili na rin sa kanila ng direkta ng mas madalas at mas patas. Mas maraming isda, munggo, itlog, prutas, gulay sa mga palengke at sa presyong abot-kaya ng bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Hinaharap natin ang mga bagyo at tagtuyot, mga kalamidad ng handa, hindi ng panik. Dahil may tatayo na natin ang mga sistema para sa realidad na number 1 tayo sa peligro. At kung magkakaguluman ang mundo, di tayo masyadong maapektuhan sa pagkain dahil mas matatag, mas wise at mas patas na ang sistemang pang-agrikultura at pang-nutrisyon. Tara na, pagtulungan na natin, magbayanihan tayo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. The Minority Leader is recognized to interpolate.
Ang kalbaryo ng mga consumer
Yung 1,000 ko minsan kulang pa. Pangalian mo, magkano ngayon? Mahal ang bilihin, lahat mahal.
dahil tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin.
Pataas na ng pataas talaga. Sana magawan pa ng paraan na ibaba, lalong-lalo na sa bigas.
Sobrang taas ang presyo ngayon ng bilihin.
Marami yung pinapahirap ang tao.
Nakaka-depress po.
Dahil sa patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng pagkain, posibleng dumami ang nagugutom na Pilipino at mauwi ito sa malnutrisyon.
Pababain ang presyo ng pagkain. Yan ang pangunahing panawagan ng mga consumer at magsasaka na nagkilos protesta kaninang umaga. Hindi na nila makakain ng maayos ang maraming Pilipino sa taas ng presyo ng mga bilihin.
Mawawalan ng gana yung magsasaka magtanim.
Lumbay na lumbay, talagang mahina kami ngayon. Ayan, nakita nga ninyo ang sitwasyon ng palay.
Nakakaawa din sila. Mura lang yung benta nila. Nasisira pa yung palay nila.
Wala silang power. Wala silang boses. Ikaw ang may palay. Ikaw magtanong kung magkano alaga.
Nagpatiwakal ang isang 50 anyos na magsasaka sa Gimba, Nueva Ecija dahil umano sa matinding depresyon at labis na pagkalugi sa pagsasaka.
Masyado pong mababa ang kuha ng mga traders dito. Sana po maaksyonan po ninyo.
Tanawagan ko po sa ating mga pinuno ng ating pamahalaan na sana po ay mayroon din pagbabago ang mataas na presyo ng bilihin. At least po ay makaranas din kami ng kalunasan sa aming problema.
Sana po maaksyonan po kaagad.
Mr. President, thank you. Well, I hope you don't mind. I stayed over here because I'm from the old school. I don't want to turn my back from the presiding officer while talking to my colleague. So will the distinguished gentleman from Pampanga, the agriculture stalwart of the Senate, favor me with some answers to some questions that concern previous investigations done by the Senate?
I'm more than willing, Mr. President, to the gentleman from Quezon City, Nueva Ecija, and the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Cebu, Mr. President.
And Cebu.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, congratulations. I'd like to congratulate the gentleman for the well-crafted privilege speech and the points that he has brought up. As a matter of fact, I concur and will support the proposals that he had towards the end of his speech. I think this highly recommendable. So I congratulate you for those recommendations. Now let me go to some issues that were raised during the time during the 18th Congress. Were you here in the 18th Congress?
I believe so, Mr. President. I was chairman of the Committee on Agriculture from 2016 to 2017 of the 18th Congress. Or was it the 17th?
17th.
17th Congress.
Oh, so in the 18th Congress, you were not here.
Wala na, no? Oh, 18, yes. I was still here, Mr. President.
All right. Anyway, in 2021, we had a hearing of the
Yeah.
Committee of the Whole, if you recall, no?
Yes.
And this is regarding the rampant smuggling of agricultural products. Now, for 2025 alone, as you mentioned in your speech, 79 containers have been flagged as illicit agri products worth billions of pesos, billions that could have helped our farmers, you know, as you mentioned. These were found outside and in the country already. So, do you think full automation could curb this recurrent problem? Full automation of the Bureau of Customs?
Definitely, Mr. President, automation would remove discretion, and therefore, with discretion comes the abuse of discretion among personnel of the customs, employees and officials of the Customs Commission, and therefore, yes, full automation and AI, in fact, should be very helpful in addressing smuggling.
Well, I don't know. I am not sure whether there was a budget given to the Bureau of Customs last year for full automation. They were given a few years back during the time that we were investigating this. But again, I have not heard of any report that they have fully automated already. So again, perhaps this is one of the
Yes.
answers. No? So, all right. Now, would you know the profile of the Filipino farmer, the age profile of a Filipino farmer in 1995?
Oh. 1995. No, 1995. You don't have the data, but we can check it, Mr. President, distinguished minority leader, but perhaps the good senator might have the information as he was here in 1992.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm not sure about the number, but it would definitely be lower than 30 years old. No, I'm not sure now, but the reason I ask is that I wanted to know what is now the age profile of a farmer in 2024.
57, di ba? 53. Yeah. In 2024, Mr. President, I've been informed by our Assistant Secretary of the Department of Agriculture that the age is 53 in 2024.
Oh, in 2024,
53, yes, yes. So we
Uh,
stand corrected. It is 53 years old last year, but I'm told another set of data says it's 56, 57.
I asked because I'm wondering if I've heard this somewhere. I'm not sure if it's true. You have scholarships for agri and farming courses to encourage our students to take up the farming. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Yes, because parang umaayaw na yung mga kabataan.
Totoo po yun, Mr. President. In some areas, there are no takers despite the fact that there are scholarships. And they're trying their best to entice the next generation of Filipino agriculturists to enroll. Kahit na libre na ang tuition at may mga scholarships pa for books and allowances and accommodations or lodging, ay very few takers, Mr. President.
I join you in your concern to help the Filipino farmers. Now, the Department of Agriculture, you've mentioned them earlier, and I understand you have members of the DA here with you?
Yes, Mr. President.
During that investigation in the 18th Congress, I vividly recall that we were taking up issue on smuggling, on vegetable smuggling, technical smuggling, and then there were cases filed. May I know if those cases were indeed filed by the DA? And what happened to these cases? Regarding smuggling,
Yes.
agriculture smuggling?
The Assistant Secretary was not in the department in 2021, in the 18th Congress, Mr. President, but we will get the information.
All right.
But I recall that, Mr. President.
Perhaps it would benefit your committee if you get these figures, so that when you conduct your own hearings for this one, it might be helpful. As I heard you saying that there are no cases filed
Yes.
presently.
Mr. President, there are 3 cases, except that there are no warrants of arrest that have been issued against the brokers, the importers. Wala pa, despite it being a non-bailable case of economic sabotage. That's the problem, Mr. President. Baka tumakas na yung mga yun. Dahil isang buwan na yun eh. Baka nagtago na dahil mabagal o makupad yung pagkilos ng Department of Justice, NBI, and other law enforcement agencies, the PNP included.
Isn't the Bureau of Customs involved also? They have a unit that helps in this.
And the Bureau of Customs, Mr.
Yeah.
President, that is correct.
No, in these tons of confiscated products that you mentioned, saan pupunta to?
Yes, Mr. President, my understanding is under the new law, the confiscated smuggled items, if fit for human consumption, can actually be donated to the DSWD.
And do they do that? Have they done that to these products?
We will have to check the entire list of confiscated smuggled goods, Mr. President, but there is one report that I read that yes, they were able to donate vegetables that were fit for consumption, Mr. President, to the DSWD.
All right. Just one last question, Mr. President. It has been bothering me for some time already because does the position of Undersecretary for Special Concerns still exist in the Department of Agriculture?
Yes, it does, Mr. President.
Does the other departments have that particular line or appointment?
According to our resource person, the DAR also has a assistant secretary.
And what does the USEC for special concerns in the Department of Agriculture do, Mr. President?
Yes, for DA. Okay. Yes, Mr. President, there are two assistant secretaries and one position of undersecretary for special concern and ODA. So he has two hats. He handles special concerns and he handles official development aid.
So in the DA, what is special concerns? What is their special concern? What is his or her special concern?
Quick response. For ODA. In the current setup, he handles official development aid and farm to market roads, Mr. President.
Nothing on importation, Mr. President.
Nothing on importation, Mr. President, but it looks like he's involved in infrastructure projects.
All right. I'm sorry for the questions, Mr. President. I should have asked those questions in the budget of the DA, but I could not help but take it up and call the attention of the committee to perhaps you can look into this matter.
Yes, we will,
Later
Mr.
on,
President.
later
We
on.
are actually thankful that these questions are being raised now because on Wednesday, we will start our hearings on this privilege speech, as well as the issue of why food prices are high. And we will have weekly hearings, Mr. President, and the questions will guide us as we raise some of the concerns and issues affecting the sector, Mr. President.
Very good, Mr. President. Excellent. I'm glad you're going to do that. So again, I concur with the privileged speech of the gentleman. Congratulations. Thank you very much for.
Thank you, Mr.
accepting.
President. Thank you, Minority Leader. Coming from the Minority Leader, supporting our recommendations, malaking bagay po. And we hope we will be able to move swiftly in addressing the recommended action steps. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, next to interpolate is Senator Raffy Tulfo and move that he be recognized.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is hereby recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Pampanga yield to some clarificatory questions?
Most willingly, Mr. President, to the gentleman from Isabela.
Thank you, Mr. President. Napakaganda po yung inyong privilege, Mr. President. Nakakatuwa dahil napapanahon na talaga para ma-address yung napakahalagang issue sa food security.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you for that privilege speech. Mr. President,
Na-inspire lang ako nung kayo po ang nagbigay ng privilege speech nung nakaraang linggo tungkol naman sa rice tarification, Mr. President.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, kasi nung 2023, ako po yung nag-privilege speech dito tungkol sa problema sa irigasyon. In fact, I call the attention of some corrupt officials sa National Irrigation Administration. Would you agree, Mr. President, na meron talaga tayong seryosong problema sa NEA? At ano pong, Mr. President, ang pwede natin gawin para ma-address yung issue niyan? Because meron pa mga irigasyon na bilyon-bilyon ang ginastos para patayin yung irigasyon na yon, pero hindi natatapos. And yet, pinupunduhan pa rin ng ating gobyerno para sa maintenance ng irigasyon na hindi pa natatapos at nakatiwangwang lang. Ano po, Mr. President, ang magandang solusyon doon?
Yes, Mr. President, tama po yun. I've also been hearing, at least in the last several years after I left the chairmanship of the board of the NIA, na may mga concerns regarding corruption in the implementation of these projects. My understanding, I had a briefing with the administrator. We would like to get and with the help of Senator Tulfo, additional information regarding these projects because meron talagang mga matitigas ang ulo at medyo sabihin na nating very entrepreneurial na ginagawang negosyo itong pag-repair ng mga at rehab ng mga irrigation canals, and the like. At malaking pondo dyan yung repair at rehab dahil sa halip na repair at rehab ang nangyayari ay mare-repair, mare-rehab pero wala pa ring tubig na lumalabas doon sa mga kanal o sa irrigation system. Kaya talagang dapat mabusisi din ito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sana, Mr. President, may mananagot talaga dito sa matagal na anomalya na kung saan yung ating mga farmers, malaking bagay para sa kanila yung magkaroon ng proper irrigation sa kanilang mga taniman, Mr. President.
Tama po yun. In fact, right now, of the how many irrigable lands? Over 3 million hectares of irrigable land. About NIA has covered only 1.2 million. Actually, 1.7 million ang irrigation systems nila. Pero 200,000 of the 1.7 million hindi na pwedeng ma-irrigate dahil na-convert na yung lupa. And another 500,000 yung kinakailangan nung repair. So in other words, ayan na naman. Kailangan i-repair. So titingnan natin, babantayan natin kung napupunta ba talaga sa tama. Dahil bakit mo ire-repair na patse-patse tapos wala namang tubig na lumalabas? Ibig sabihin, kung magre-repair ka, doon ka na sa aabot doon sa sakahan yung tubig. Dapat may prioritization and we will look into this too, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, nabanggit niyo, Mr. President, which I really do agree na repasuhin na itong rice tarification sapagkat dito po nagmumula yung paghirap ng ating mga magsasaka. Now, Mr. President, meron ho ba kayong figures as to magkano na po ang nabigay from the RCEF doon sa mga farmers in terms of mechanization? Kasi Mr. President, kasama dapat dyan yung mga dryer na kung saan binibilad po yung palay ng mga magsasaka. Pero pag pupunta po tayo sa mga probinsya na may mga bukirin, kapansin-pansin po na marami pa rin mga farmers ang nagbibilad ng kanilang mga palay sa kahabaan ng mga highway. So is there something that we can do about this, Mr. President, para ma-monitor kung talagang nagagamit ng maayos itong budget mula sa RCEF para sa mechanization ng mga farmers, kailangan ng mga farmers?
Yes, dalawa ang ating maisasagawa, Mr. President. Unang-una yung budget ng DA sa usapin ng RCEP. We will ask for a complete listing. 30 billion na raw ang available na pondo. So sana punta ito, gusto ko rin malaman, Mr. President, dahil 3 taon na kung wala sa Senado, hindi natin natutukan yan. Ngayon narito tayo, aalamin natin. With your help, pagtulungan natin. So sa budget, deliberations, aalaman natin yan. Pangalawa, yung pagrebisa ng batas mismo dahil gusto nating i-amenda. Doon, they will be required to likewise submit a listing, a breakdown of the expenditures. Saan napunta yung 30 billion na ito? Sino ang nakinabang? At talaga bang mayroong pakinabang? Meron ba na katakatakang mga deliveries? Ika nga. That we will also have to look into. And with your help, Mr. President, we have the committee hearing on the revision or amendments to the tarification measure and of course the budget deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, siguro panahon na rin para i-monitor ito pong pag-distribute ng mga similya and fertilizers sa mga farmers dahil nakakarating po sa akin yung mga sumbong na ilang mga farmers na wala sila sa listahan and yet meron silang farm at meron ng iba walang farm pero nasa listahan. And there are times na dahil ang nadidistribute o nagbibigay ng listahan o naglalagay sa listahan ay LGU tulad ng local, which is like mayor and sometimes chairman, doon nagkakaroon ng anomalya. Is there a way or a system that you would put in place para masiguro na yung talagang may mga farmlands lang mga farmers ang maging recipient lang at hindi yung mga walang farm pero nakakatanggap ng similya at binebenta lang sa market.
Yes, tama yan. In fact, hindi lang po similya, pati farm hand tractors, mga traktora, mga pataba, fertilizer, may mga nababalita sa atin na matagal ang delivery o nga nabanggit nga nung nakaraang privilege speech po ng ng inyo pong privilege speech na huli dumadating. So dapat din busisiin ito. Base dun sa ating rekomendasyon, yung pagbabalik ng agriculture co-ops sa ilalim ng Department of Agriculture, importante yun dahil mapapalakas natin yung hanay ng mga magsasaka na siya naman ng dapat na beneficiaryo nitong mga seedlings na ito. So if we are able to strengthen the associations, farmers, organizations, that will be a one check. Sila mismo ang magsasabing hindi namin natatanggap dahil kami ay organisado na. So we'd like to get the support of Senator Raffy Tulfo in bringing back yung agriculture co-op sa ilalim ng DA. Pangalawa, of course, yung extension service. Dahil sa ngayon, hindi lahat ng LGU ay may kapasidad na ma-monitor itong mga farmers co-ops na ito. Kaya, at habang ang DA regional naman ay naroon sa regional level. So minsan, ang mga delivery of services hindi angkop dun sa mga pangangailangan sa baba. Nabanggit din natin ito noon na binigyan ng traktora, hand tractor, pero ang tractor na hand tractor na binigay sa upland ay para sa patag. So nagkakamali rin doon sa specifications dahil nga malayo masyado sa lupa, figuratively and literally, ang DA pagdating sa struktura niya dahil hanggang regional level lang siya. So to tighten that is we bring down extension services to the provincial level. Right now, by way of an EO, ang understanding ko merong Provincial Agriculture Fisheries Extension Service. Pero hindi yan batas. That is an EO. It is not an ironclad law. I think it's time for us, number one, to amend the provisions on extension service to allow the DA to have provincial level extension service even up to the municipal level, and we have to fund it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Para matutukan na yung mga sinasabing mali yung punla o kaya kulang ang punla o napupunta sa mga hindi dapat mapunta, nakatutok talaga hanggang sa baba.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very sure na makakuha kay Mr. President ng support from your colleagues and marami rin matutuwang mga tao kapag amyendahan niyo po yung rice tarification law. At isa po doon sa provision na Mr. President na gusto ko sana maamyendahan ay yung nagsasaad na kung saan inbred seeds lamang ang pwedeng ibigay sa mga farmers base sa rice tarification. Kasi alam naman natin, Mr. President, yung inbred na seeds ay mahinang output kumpara sa hybrid. So mas maganda siguro, Mr. President, majority of those seeds na ipamimigay galing sa rice tarification ay inbred.
Yes,
I mean hybrid. Excuse me.
we will look into that, Mr. President. Dahil ako mismo nakita ko yung kaibahan ng inbred sa hybrid. Yung inbred na palay stocks, siguro 3 o 4 ang ang stocks niya, no? Ang hybrid 8 hanggang mahigit pa. Ibig sabihin mas malaki nga ang magiging yield.
Yes.
Of course, may dagdag po na consideration yan dahil kailangan din pondohan, dagdag na pataba. At sa bawat, ito nga ang isang hamon sa bawat pestisido, may iba-iba. Sa bawat insekto pala, o peste, iba-iba ang pestisido. So may talagang pag walang suporta ng ating gobyerno sa pamamagitan ng pestisido, ponla, pataba, krudo, mahihirapan tayo sa food security. We really have to provide the necessary support for our, not just our rice farmers, basta ang farmers at fisher folk natin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dalawang question na lamang po, Mr. President. Almost every month, ako po, Mr. President, nakakatanggap ng sumbong mula sa mga residente na nakatira malapit sa mga poultry at piggery farms dahil mabahong amoy, maingay at panganib na rin sa kanilang kalusugan. So ang tanong ko po, Mr. President, hindi ba tayo dapat magkaroon ng malinaw na zoning policy at biosecurity standards pagdating po sa poultry at piggery?
Definitely, Mr. President. In fact, sa aming gulayan sa Alfonso, Cavite, malapit kami sa isang poultry farm. Pero hindi namin alam na may poultry farm doon dahil walang amoy. In other words, at least sa probinsya ng Cavite, yung local government stricto. No? I'm not sure in other areas, but at least sa area namin. At patakaran talaga ng LGU na hindi dapat nagkakaroon ng aberya o nagkakaroon ng ganong klaseng noxious fumes galing sa mga langaw pati galing sa mga poultry na apektado yung mga residents. It's really a challenge, Mr. President, dahil ang daing naman ng mga poultry growers ay gusto na nating matigil na ang importation. Kaya dapat para suportahan ang ating mga poultry farms. But at the same time, may reklamo. So I think the solution really is okay lang yung poultry farms as long as it's properly zoned, 'di ba? In areas that it is allowed by way of zoning. And two, dapat ginagastusan para ma-ensure yung pinaka-latest technology para itong mga sabihin na natin nakakalason o masama ang amoy o yung dami ng mga langaw are managed properly by the poultry farm managers and operators.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last question po, may kinalaman sa subsidies for fishermen. Nung nakaraang buwan, Mr. President, nagkaroon tayo ng fuel price hike sa ating bansa. Actually, it was a couple of months ago at kinakailangan ng mga mangisda na magkaroon ng subsidies para mapagpatuloy ang kanilang hanap buhay. Ang system, Mr. President, ay nakasalungat ang BIFAR at DBM sa direct cash release at voucher system. Mr. President, bakit ang fuel subsidies para sa mga mangisda ay laging kulang, delayed, o dili kaya napupuno ng red tape? So ang gusto kasi ng mga fishermen ay dapat diretso na lang sa kanilang cash assistance versus ang nangyari kasi ngayon, Mr. President, yung cash assistance dumadaan sa LGU and then sa BIFAR, and then BIFAR and DBM as ang mismong nag-assign kung saan gasoline station sila pwedeng maningil ng voucher nila versus ang gusto ng mga fishermen ay dapat cash assistance direct to them para mas mapabilis yung kanilang pagkuha ng gasolina, magasolina ng kanilang mga pump, Mr. President.
I think dapat mas creative yung ating BIFAR. No? Hindi pa pwedeng one size fits all. And so I share the concern that perhaps in certain jurisdictions, depende sa lugar, baka mas mainam nga na maging cash assistance rather than voucher. No? In other areas where it's workable, then a voucher system should be likewise allowed kung convenient ito para sa ating mga mangingisda. But all told, that support should be made available. Also because pag tumaas ang presyo ng crudo, tataas kaagad. If I'm not mistaken, up to 70% of the cost of production sa paghuhuli ng isda is because of fuel cost. Yung pagpapalaot. So dapat talaga para manatiling mababa ang presyo ng isda, lalo na't pag mataas ang presyo ng crudo, mayroong ganitong klaseng voucher system. Now the challenge is how to implement it or cash assistance properly. Dahil minsan makupad din ang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Meron lang nga ako narinig nga nung isang linggo, baka ibang programa ito, pero yun nga, 10 buwan nakuha nila yung cash assistance para sa kalamidad. 10 months after nung kalamidad. Pagka ganun, parang hindi na natutugunan yung dahilan nung assistance. But anyway, going back to the fuel subsidy, we support that. We will look into it also, and we will ask the BIFAR to explain why the cash assistance, direct cash assistance, is not doable. And what are ano ang mga hadlang para mangyari ito. Pati ang DBM, Naalala ko minsan yung DBM nung nasa 18 Congress pa ako. Naging makupad sa paglabas ng implementing rules nung Sagip-Saka Act. Hindi ko gagawin natin ulit yon. Kung hindi sila makapagpaliwanag ng maayos, ide-defer natin yung budget nila at hindi natin naaprubahan hanggang ilabas nila yung maayos at maliwanag na patakaran na makikinabang ang ating mga mangingisda. In fact, just to add, if I may add, tatanungin ko lahat ng ahensya ng pamahalaan. I'm sending them notice already publicly today that each agency that buys food, tatanong ko sa kanila, magkano ang budget ninyo na binili ninyo o bibilihin ninyo direkta sa mga magsasaka para sa feeding program ninyo, calamity relief ninyo, sa mga milk feeding program, meron pa sa jails, hospitals, etc. Para pag hindi sila makapagpaliwanag at wala silang plano, i-defer natin yung budget nila hanggang may plano sila.
Yun. Elmi, very last na, Mr. President, so going back to fuel subsidies sa mga fisher folks, is it possible, Mr. President, na pag-aralan natin na taasan yung fuel subsidies para sa kanila?
Yes, I'm more than willing, your committee is more than willing to look into this. After our interpellations, we will send communications to the BIFAR and what is their current policy on fuel subsidies support for our fisher folk, and then we will let you know. Magkano ba dyan? Ano ba ang kailangan? Pwede ba dagdagan? And we will inform the good gentleman. But bubusisiin natin yan din sa budget ng BIFAR at ng DA.
That's all. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Sir.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Senador Tulfo at Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Lauren Legarda is next to interpolate.
Ano ba yun? 7% ng cost of fuel. Diba?
Hindi ako makita rito.
Okay.
Okay.
It should be 90.
Will the distinguished gentleman from Central Luzon and the Philippines, our resident agriculturist and farmer, yield to some friendly interpellation from a neighbor and a weekend farmer?
In Tagaytay, yes, willingly, to the former Senate President Pro Tem, former Majority Leader, former Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, and so forth and so on.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I appreciate your rising today amidst a food insecurity issue, which I believe is an issue of national security, because
Correct.
you clearly said that what happens to the food on our table, sino magpapakain sa ating lahat?
Tama yun.
Since we have an aging farmer population, they are the poorest of the poor, our farmers and our fisher folks. And that is the great irony of it all. Those who feed us are those who may not even have and do not have food on their tables or receive lower than minimum wage. So I join you with all my wisdom in 25 years in policy and in my personal experience from a little hyper-local farm, micro, and being with farmers and fisher folks almost every week when I go home to my
Batangas.
province of Antique,
Antique.
which I would like to invite you to so that you can directly talk and speak to our farmers and our fisher folks as well. And so I have a few questions to enlighten us on policy in the next couple of months, if not years, starting with a law that we passed here in 2019. And I believe that there are possible amendments to the rice tariffication law.
Yes.
May I know the direction where our good sponsor is going, considering that the rice tariffication law, it removed import quotas and imposed tariffs on rice. But there was a promise, and this was twofold: cheaper rice for consumers and tariff revenues that would be poured into farm modernization through the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, the RCEF. I'd like to ask, based on your knowledge and actual experience, is the distribution of the RCEF, has it been fair and helpful? Would you be in a position to want to change the way RCEF is being implemented? Because we know that farmers still complain, first, that their farm gate prices crash whenever imports flood the market, while retail prices in stores are still high. And there have been calls for the RTL to be amended. And given your advocacy for decades, what changes do you think the rice tariffication law should have? Do you see the need to give the NFA back limited intervention powers, or focus on restructuring the RCEF so farmers can truly benefit? How can these reforms strike a balance between, on one hand, helping farmers earn more while also keeping rice affordable for the ordinary family? So just two-pronged, the direction we're taking in terms of proposed amendments, if any, to the RTL, but second, how the RCEF has been accessed by farmers, how has it helped, and how can we improve a more equitable distribution and greater impact to our farmer communities? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the series of questions regarding the rice tariffication measure and possible amendments. Mr. President, that is precisely likewise the direction that we'd like to take in terms of an accounting of where the funds have gone in the last since 2019. I will admit, Mr. President, I was not in the Senate for the last 3 years, and so I lack the updated reports on the implementation of the rice tariffication measure. And so I will need the information regarding where the billions were spent, who benefited from it. But offhand, we feel that based on the farmers and farmers groups who have complained about the RCEF, many of them are concerned about who are really benefiting from the mechanization, from the distribution of dryers. I understand the budgetary support may not cover most of the areas, and that's why we have to go into an inventory of where the money went, number one. With respect to the issue of NFA, I feel, having been chairman of the board of NFA, that we may have to restore a number of the regulatory functions of the NFA. We are still exploring whether or not to give back the power of importation on given certain circumstances and given certain situations for the NFA, or if that can be done by the NDA, the National Development Corporation, rather, NDC, or the PTIC. So we're still reviewing that. But in terms of returning certain regulatory powers for the NFA, I feel when I was chairman of the NFA board, the NFA had the power to deputize the NBI, for example, and the PNP to monitor hoarding, to monitor smuggling of rice. I think that should be, at the minimum, returned to the NFA. The power to deputize law enforcement agencies so that we can check violations of the anti-economic sabotage law, anti-agri economic sabotage law. After all, they are in charge, of buffer stocking. Now, with respect to interventions such as will we give them back the power to import? I'd like to review that. I have an open mind because during my time, we did put in place a transparent, accountable process of government-to-government importation, which actually led to a reduction of government purchases. Nakatipid tayo ng 7 billion in a period of four importations in a period of 1 year and a half. Basta may transparent process. We had a approved budget for contract, which was the first time in the history of NFA. Before we went into the government-to-government purchase or importations, we based the budget for the importation on the prevailing world market prices of rice. In other words, today the world prices of rice, I think, is about 380, no? About, yeah, 380, for example, $380 per metric ton. What we did then was we got the average of 3 rice price monitoring agencies, added $5 to $7 up or down, and that was our approved budget for contract. So if it was $380, the prevailing market prices today, we added about 5 to 7 pesos per metric ton, and that was the approved budget for contract. And so if it went higher than 387, then we will have a failed bidding. But anyway, we did that and we saved 7 billion. So we're amenable to looking at that, but of course the hearings, we'd like to know if they have the capacity now and if the DA has other proposals. With respect to also limiting the support to machinery, equipment, infrastructure, I think depending again on the situation, there has to be also a provision on outright cash assistance for our rice farmers taken, drawn from. There is a provision actually, but I'd like to increase. The experts then, I remember the debates, they were saying that given the impact of the flooding of imported rice into our local markets, there will really be losses on the part of our rice farmers. And that loss should be compensated by cash.
Cash transfer.
Cash transfer. So this thing, this policy we'd like to review, and I'm more than willing and open to increase the cash transfers should losses become such that you really need to intervene with direct cash assistance for our rice farmers.
Thank you for those answers, Mr. President. Perhaps one of the reasons why the provision on the non-importation role of the NFA is contained in the RTL. In short, it somehow took away the role of the NFA to import rice in the RTL of 2019 was the frustration of the previous chair of the Agriculture Committee with the NFA at that time. Okay, not to pass judgment, but collusion, corruption,
understandable,
hoarding, cartels, even with law enforcement agencies that you mentioned. I've been standing here, sitting there for over 25 years, Mr. President. These conversations have ensued, having been chairman also in my first term of the Agriculture Committee and the AgriCom. And what was discussed 20 years ago has happened 10 years ago, could be happening now. How are we going to deal with that? Bring it back? They're allowed to import? No import, new law. Back because it didn't work, import again. We've tried all models. How are we going to solve that problem of hoarding, of really getting the smugglers out of the system, of the cartels being broken, of the prices really being favorable to the consumers, but also wag naman lugi ang ating rice farmers. And so that the Department of Agriculture is no longer called the Department of Importation.
Department of Angkat.
Department of Angkat.
Yes.
So, pardon me, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, for I don't want to seem negative, but I'm just speaking from more than 2.5 decades of experience here. And it just goes wrong. We will bring it back to NFA and the same problems will ensue. Then we look back in the future and say, why did we change it? We did not give the RTL a chance. So may I just be guided? I know that you had just returned to the Senate and you may answer me and say, let's take a look at it first.
Yes,
And I'm
yes.
willing to wait. Yes.
Yes, thank you for that question, Madam Senator, Mr. Chairman. But you're right. Para tayong sirang plaka. Paulit-ulit. But I'd like to think that with this Senate, with my experience both in the executive and the legislative, and of course the support of the executive department, we may finally craft legislation, number one, that will address itong naging decades-old problem. We actually were able to do it when we were chairman of the NFA Council. Sabi nga nung isang I think a commentary, what's this? The golden age or the renaissance of the NFA? Because sabi ko nga, and it's on record, we achieved the lowest food prices inflation in 20 years. Has come down to that level. It's still high. Inflation, nationwide inflation is 1.7. 1.7. So it's low, which proves that if you manage rice properly, inflation will, nationwide inflation can be managed.
Maybe updated, Mr. President. What is our importation to date per latest figures?
Do we have?
How many metric tons of imported rice?
Yes. We will get the data, Madam Chairperson. We have asked although of course the policy today is that there is a halt on importation for 2 months.
Yes.
Up to September, but I understand it's going to be extended to October. So
Because I wanted to compare the wastage of rice. I recall in a hearing way back that there were measurements on how much rice we wasted in terms of food waste. When we keep rice on our plates, on our bowls, rice we don't consume, and
this is overall.
so much wastage. And there was a computation on an average of wasted rice as compared to the amount of importation. And if you balance it, you
Yes.
could actually save much
A
and
lot.
not even import.
Almost 2 million metric tons of rice actually are wasted.
Wasted.
And last year, was it last year? 4 million metric tons were imported in 2023.
So we could cut down importation then. if that-
4.7 million in 2024.
And 2 million on the average of
Yes,
wasted
and
rice.
over. Yes, about 15% of our rice supply is wasted, up to 15%.
So that campaign then, a large part of our campaign, aside from increasing agriculture yield and improving the lot of our farmers, would be to campaign against this wastage. And without doing much, then we divide or half our importation of rice, or even just rely on domestic rice supply. But I'll proceed now to the
Yes, just
RCEP. Yes.
place it on record. The last year, our rice sufficiency was where is that? 72%. No, and this 72% rice sufficiency, which means 28% was imported, more or less. But if it's 15% of wastage, meaning we drop we lost about 15% of our local supply, then we would have only imported, so 72 plus 15, well, my math is, would be about 87% sufficiency, no? And then the rest will just be imported. Instead of importing 28%, then you'll
And if you compute that to pesos and cents or US dollars, a lot of savings for government.
definitely,
But
definitely.
that can be studied. And in fact, I'll join you in really a campaign for zero waste.
And part of the waste, Madam Senator, Mr. President, is also because of poor post-harvest.
Post-harvest facilities.
Kaya sa
Dryer,
dryer niya yung highway.
kalsada.
Oo. Tapos pag nababasa, nabubulok
Yes.
dahil walang storage. So a
Yes.
a big amount of the savings that we can generate will be in investing in proper warehousing, proper drying facilities, silos. Ang hirap kasi sa warehousing natin, for example, and when we were chairman of the NFA Council then, wala tayong silos. So, yung pinasok mo na bigas o palay, nasa ilalim. Tapos yung susunod, nasa ibabaw. Pagka dalawang storya na yung taas ng bigas o yung palay, paano mo na kukunin yung sa ilalim? In other words, maraming wastage talaga unless you have silos wherein the first thing you put in will have to be the first thing you will take out. And therefore, the shelf life for palay is about 9 months. The shelf life for rice is about 6 months. So the first thing you bought in, you should dispose before the 6 months is over and the like. No? So again, warehousing is important to reduce losses.
So investment in post-harvest facilities and a more efficient system, which you just mentioned, which we know already, and should just be effectively and efficiently implemented.
The information is that since January to June 2025, we have imported 2.38 million metric tons.
Half a year, 2 million. So you're correct, more or less 4.7 in a year. And if the wastage because of poor post-harvest facilities is 2 million, we could have actually
Exactly.
saved.
Cut
on
it
that.
in almost
Cut it in half, yes. I go to the RCEF, which is divided into what? Credit facilities, into credit or loan for farmers, mechanization, seeds, ano pa ho ang binibigay? How is the RCEF divided? And in terms of percentages. So how much RCEF have we generated since the enactment of the law, let's say the past 5 years, and how did we divide it into seed production, mechanization, loans, and what are the other
Seed-
kinds of assistance
trainings.
and training?
yes.
Yes.
Well, I have a view here, Mr. President, that unless you get your farmers organized, as in capacitated, all these assistance can only go so far. Why do I say that? I met the farmers of San Simon, Pampanga. They're the San Nicolas Rice Farmers Co-op. They're an association. But their association is more of a paper organization. They don't have, they only trade palay. They don't have the capacity to mill. They don't have the capacity, their financial literacy is limited, but they're an association. So you provide them with a loan. If they're not capacitated, mawawala lang yung loan. Your credit facilities, ang hirap nung paisa-isa. Mechanization, you give them a tractor, and yet who will maintain it because they are a paper association without extension services and without sustained support from the
And the
DA.
maintenance of the equipment.
Exactly. So the absorption capacity of our farmers associations is very poor. And therefore, you may have all this training, which is well and good, but unless we are able to, the data is 96% of Thai farmers are cooperativized. In our case, it's 26.
And the rest are?
They're not in co-ops. They're subsistence farmers, kanya-kanya. Sila yung pinupuntahan ng mga trader at sinasabing 5 piso lang ang bibili namin sa inyo. Dahil wala silang power, wala silang, they're not empowered, they're not organized. In Taiwan, for example, I was just there the other week. For every extension worker, they are assigned 18 farmers. That's how grassroots the presence of extension services in Taiwan.
I'm glad the good sponsor mentioned this because I recall in my first term, I had filed the bill on extension workers in agriculture. It was not enacted into law yet, if I'm not mistaken, unless I forget now.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Yes, we could revisit
Yes.
the possibility of supporting extension services. But even if we have not enacted into law, I am certain that the DA can do it through the ATI and
Yes.
have extension workers right now because our agriculture sector is in crisis.
But they will need funding.
Yes.
And because of the level of organization of these farmers co-ops, it's really a huge task that needs the support. We want to bring back, as I said, the Agriculture Co-ops Bureau, because right now, nasa CDA yung mga agriculture farmers co-ops, dapat ibalik sa DA.
There's always been that tug of war between the agriculture co-ops. Where do they belong?
Yes.
Is it under the DA or should it be under the CDA? But I will leave it at that. But one of my advocacies is really working closest to the people, and what better way to help train the farmers and know the peculiar and unique needs of every agriculture sector. Syempre, iba yung needs ng Cordillera, iba yung amin sa Panay, iba rin sa Samar, iba sa Mindanao. So
Yes.
agriculture extension workers are really needed. And perhaps at the proper time, your office could provide us with the figures of how much RCEF funds were generated since the enactment of the law.
Yes, we will do that.
The distribution per sector, per province, per congressional district, and perhaps an impact study on like a performance audit on how the law and the RCEF funds in that area increase productivity, if so.
Yes,
So
yes.
I would be happy to receive that information if Your Honor does not have it now, and I don't expect you to have all that information now.
We will
Okay.
make sure that during our hearings and even in the budget hearings, that we will raise these concerns
Yes.
and get the necessary information.
Okay. Second, pardon me for this quite lengthy interpellation, but it's friendly interpellation for the education of
We-
everyone, including this representation.
We appreciate the lengthy questions.
Thank you. Now, on climate shocks, as you know, climate change has always been my advocacy, and how we're able to adapt, do climate adaptation with regards to agriculture. So on climate shocks and on crop insurance. So every year, we know that farmers lose their crops to floods, typhoons, droughts, and pests. As if we did not know it exists, the next year it happens again. So when this happens, they're forced into debt, uutang. Agriculture insurance is supposed to provide a safety net, but coverage is quite low. Payouts take forever. And many farmers see it as unreliable and not worth the trouble. And because you yourself mentioned about financial literacy or the lack of it, then it's not present. Insurance, what is that? How will they fill up the forms? How is it done? So there have been new approaches like index-based insurance, where the payouts are triggered automatically by rainfall or storm data, or digital insurance linked to mobile phones could solve this, but these have yet to be scaled up. And without credible crop insurance, farmers remain hesitant to invest in better seeds or technologies, knowing that one single typhoon could wipe them out. So my question is, how do we modernize crop insurance in the Philippines? Should we bring in, this was asked earlier, digital platforms, public-private partnerships, or adopt index-based models to make payouts faster and more reliable? So we would need credible, accessible insurance. And how do we go about this?
Yes, that's a very good question. In fact, I was just in Tuguegarao last Thursday because the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation distributed checks for crop insurance to farmers in Tuguegarao and neighboring towns of Cagayan, province of Cagayan, because of the typhoon.
Yes.
The last three typhoons. No? So the checks range from 20,000 to 27,000, and the recipients were rice farmers who own 2 or 3 hectares. But when I spoke with the president of the PCIC, it turns out, again, they have limited funds. In fact, the last time they had increases in their funding was during the time of President Aquino. So we are now in the midterms of President Marcos. So I think it's high time that perhaps in this budget deliberations or the next, that we increase the farmers' coverage. They're also only covering about 2.3, I understand correctly, farmers sa PC.
ACPC?
No, the Philippine
Philippine Crop Insurance,
Corporation.
PTIC.
Iba pa yung ACPC.
Iba pa yung ACPC.
Credit naman yun.
Mhm.
So how many? Okay.
Philippine Crop.
Okay, so based on the labor force survey, we have 8.8 farmers. Now, the Crop Insurance Corporation only covers about 2 million, a little over 2 million. So clearly, the bulk of farmers are not insured under the PCIC because of lack of funding. So we have to address the challenge of funding. Number 2, we are looking at other models of being able to service crop insurance payouts. How can we leverage? Again, in Thailand, crop insurance is basic. The cooperatives, because they're organized, they have federations of farmer co-ops. They can do bulk purchases of crop insurance sa private sector kasi malaki sila. Again, it goes back to if the farmers are organized, then it will be easier to deal with them as an organization, and they can leverage their size in terms of being able to get into private sector providing insurance for them. But it again boils down to building the capacity of your farmers and fisherfolk. Senator Legarda mentioned that she's been here since 1998. The AFMA was 1997.
Yes.
And one of the 7 key interventions to address modernization of our agriculture and fisheries was organizing our farmers, capacitating them. And clearly, since 1997 up until today, with only 26% organized, we have a long way to go.
We can see that there have been violations of this very important law, which has been here for 28 years. And you mentioned that. And another one is the implementation or the mapping of the SAFDC, the Strategic Agricultural Fisheries Development Zones, as part of the AFMA. I'd like, since you mentioned, it was going to be my last question, since you mentioned it, I'd like to know, have the SAFDCs already been completely mapped around the Philippines, all production areas for agro processing and market activities? Because when I spoke to the former chair of agriculture during the previous Congress, the answer was in the negative, unless the consultants in the gallery then did not give the full advice. I'd like to know, has the DA, after 28 years of the 1997 law, finally completed the soft disease, and of what use is it to have agro-processing areas, production areas? It's like agriculture mapping for the whole country.
Ruby? Yes, that is correct. The information relayed to us by our resource person from is that it has yet to be updated.
That is, so the answer I got from the previous chair based on the DA was, it seemed like the law was ignored.
Yeah.
It is shocking, Mr. President, that laws are debated for weeks, months, years, enacted, unfunded or underfunded, and important provisions are simply not completely implemented.
Hopefully by the Pearl anniversary, 30 years.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
But seriously, levity aside, it is
we not demand that when the Department of Agriculture presents their budget, they would have speedily completed a 27-year-old mandate, which is to map production areas for agriculture. That's probably the reason why we are failing miserably in putting food on our table. Because if you do not even know what your fishery sectors, where they are present, if we don't even know the strategic agriculture development zones, how will you protect it if you don't know it exists, if you have not even mapped it? So,
If you
what
don't-
laws in this country, mere recommendations or suggestions, but laws need not be followed? Is it, and that goes from 1997 to the present. So, Mr. President,
That's
I
correct.
will join you, you're the chair, in demanding that the AFMA law of 1997 is implemented and followed to the letter.
I share the frustration of the good senator from Antique and Batangas and Malabon. Indeed, the AFMA is 28 years old. In fact, I recall the 7. The access to the markets for farmer support, access to credit, farm to market roads, infrastructure, post-harvest facilities, organizing your farmers and fisher folk. These were key
Not followed.
components. All of them have pretty much been disregarded, ignored, or completed or remain incomplete. And that's precisely why I believe it's time to have Agricom 2. We have an agriculture sector and fisheries sector that's in crisis.
Yes.
None of our very few of our new generation of Filipinos want to go into farming. It's about time we sound the alarm bells and get a no-nonsense evaluation of what we have done right and what we have done wrong in the agri sector.
We are just touching the surface. We're just talking about rice. We have not, and agriculture. We have not even talked about fisheries yet.
Exactly.
And in my previous terms, I recall, Mr. President, I had filed the bill for the creation of a Department of Fisheries. I'm not certain if I refiled that because I'm tired of filing and refiling.
We have filed it.
If you refiled it.
We have
if I
refiled it.
refiled
Yes.
Yeah, we could probably study that as well. But I respect the current administration's policy of downsizing or right-sizing. So possibly the creation of a new department may not be in order or supported. But even then, with or without that, what is, ilan tayo as an archipelago? Is it 30 million? What's our coastline? What is
It's the 5th largest
Yes, but
in the entire plan.
What's a measurement of our coastline? Is it 30 million?
30.
No, we're 30 million hectares of the Philippine. We're 30 million, 36,000 kilometers in 30 million hectares, right? more or less.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Yes.
And
36.
tama yan. 20%
36,000.
lang ng ating teritoryo. 20% lang ng ating teritoryo ay lupa.
Yes.
80%, 4/5 actually, ay karagatan.
So this, ulitin ko na, this SAF-DC is so important because fisheries is part of that. And that's 36,000 kilometers of coastline. Coast pa lang yan.
Yes.
Eh yung ating exclusive economic zone at yung ating inland waters. Ang mga lawa, ang mga ilog, at ating mangrove areas and our wetlands. But Mr. President, I'll go back to the issue of the SAF disease. It's
Yes.
like having in the environment sector, it's like saying we never declared any protected area because we did not follow the law. But at least in the environment sector, together with the previous chair, Senator Cynthia Villar, we were able to pass more than 100 protected areas all over the country. In this case, the declaration or identification of production areas for food,
Yes.
whether agriculture or fisheries, is not completed. It really shocks me. And I don't know. It should...
We will bring this to the
Yes.
attention of the Department of Agriculture and
Yes.
we will ask them to explain during our budget debates and give us a timeline as to when they intend to complete this
Yes, Mr. President.
because they're updating it.
They tell us that it's a useless law and that's the reason why it's not being implemented. If they tell us, hindi po kailangan yan, mali po yung provision na yan, okay, so we accept that. Unless I cannot say, I would not accept incompetence or laziness or ignorance or lack of awareness as an answer.
Yes, in fact, you mentioned fisheries. The Philippines is actually the center of aquamarine biodiversity in the entire planet. Therefore, there is no debate. Our aquamarine resources are so rich. We have 3 tuna belts. Thailand does not have a tuna belt, but they're the #1 exporter of canned tuna. And so we don't know where they're getting their tuna.
I come from a province that has a tuna highway.
Yes.
Because I live in a coastal fishing village and we have tuna there. Invite you there, big tuna for breakfast, lunch, merienda, and dinner, tuna. We
Exactly.
just need processing, canning, bottling.
And that's why we refiled the Department of Fisheries because we believe, in fact, you mentioned downsizing,
Right sizing.
right sizing. We can actually explore the merger of the Department of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform down the, some.
And fisheries as
and
a
then-
standalone.
And then have fisheries as
The
standalone.
to elevate the bureau
Yes.
into a department.
In fact,
That's quite
in
interesting.
fact, one of our recommendations after we left the cabinet as a food security secretary was that the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources can actually be placed under the office of the president pending the creation of the department and give the director of the bureau a cabinet rank. This has been a concern of our fisheries bureau that when they face international conferences on fisheries rights, negotiations, etc. Bureau level lang yung director nila, no? Director level lang yung bureau nila rather. So that could also be immediately an executive order transferring the BIFAR to the office of the president, giving the head of the BIFAR a rank of or have a rank of cabinet secretary as the head of the bureau or overseer of the bureau, and then they can focus now on the fisheries sector. It's a missed opportunity.
Thank you for that. And so far, we're always in agreement with all my questions. As I told you, this is friendly interpellation, and I thank you for
Because when I was in the Senate, you were chairman of the Senate Committee on Agriculture at one point.
Yes,
Yes.
for 3 years and in
Yes.
Recom as well. So I support you in the creation of the AgriCom, just like the EdCom 2, there's a proposal to extend the life of the Educational Committee. So
Thank you, thank you.
I would
Madam
join you in a majority-minority resolution for the creation of the AgriCom because food insecurity is a national security issue.
Thank you, Madam Senator.
Thank you. We've always talked about the aging farmer crisis, that the agriculture sector, ilang taon ng farmers, 55, 57 years old. I think we both filed, again, similar bills on the Young Farmers and
Yes.
Fisher Folk Challenge Act. And I hope whether this is enacted into law or not, I'd like to know, how do we make farming more attractive to our young people so that we don't have an aging farming population, fisher folks as well? How do we make it more lucrative so that they don't just always want to work in call centers or go abroad as overseas workers? There's nothing wrong with those careers, but so that we increase the number of people who feed our nation.
Yes, that's a good question, and I've been grappling with that myself for many years. Some people would say, how do you make farming sexy so that the new generation of Filipinos will consider taking a career? Ultimately, I think it's about income. Why will a farmer, the youth of today, choose the agriculture and farming when you're actually asking him or her to take a vow of poverty? So it's a challenge. How do we, and that's why the Sagip-Saka law, and the long title of the Sagip-Saka law is Farm Enterprise and Entrepreneurial Development Program. Because we believe to move away from subsistence farming and to move towards farm enterprise development is the way to go, which also includes strengthening the farmers' co-ops so that they can graduate from subsistence farming to farm enterprise management. A clear example of how you can increase incomes for our farmer sector is the Sagip-Saka law. In 2019, the Camarines Sur Multipurpose Cooperative sold 7 million pesos worth of agri-products. But by 2020, 13 LGUs bought from the Camarines Sur Multipurpose Cooperative rice and other agriculture products during the lockdowns. No public bidding, direct negotiated contract. And before the end of the third quarter, they already sold 62 million pesos worth of agri-products, a 9-fold increase in the revenue. And I would stress, therefore, if a farm enterprise, a co-op, is already selling tens of millions of pesos worth of agri-products monthly, then that will be a
Very lucrative.
incentive for our young Filipino farmers to go into farm enterprise management and development. So it's really income. You know, in other countries, Thailand, Vietnam, even China, they benchmark their interventions in the agri sector. One benchmark is increased incomes. You know, China is a communist country. They're not supposed to be concerned about increased incomes. I mean, theoretically. But they benchmark interventions in terms of how much income will be increased. Because precisely they see that unless farming gives you return in terms of incomes, why should they go farming? I remember speaking to the Minister of Agriculture of Vietnam, and they benchmarked a tripling of farmers' income per capita in a 20-year period, from $500 to $1,500. The same with China. When they made a presentation, when I was there for a visit, they said in 1979, the farmer's income in China was 160 yuan a month. Today, it's about 6,700 yuan a month. So very clear that unless you benchmark incomes as an indicator of a successful intervention in agriculture, then you will not be able to entice people to go into farming.
Yeah. The national per capita is 11,000
That is
for farmers.
for farmers, it
11,000,
from 7 to 11.
7 to 11.
7 to 11. And the amounts necessary according to PSA to be able to afford, basic necessities is 13,000 a month.
Even 13, I think, is quite low.
Well, yes, given the 64
it is-
pesos
yes.
a day.
Yes.
Uh,
And the
need.
11,000 is even high compared to the monthly farmer's income in my province. So I really need the DA to be able to help me, and you as well, how to increase the farmer's income. Perhaps it would be around half of the 11,000 national per capita.
And I think
Yeah.
in the DA bureaucracy and the attached agencies of government in the agriculture sector should start benchmarking incomes for every intervention.
Thank you for that. May we also ask from a DA in your office, being the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, aside from what I asked for earlier, the regional benchmarking of agriculture workers' income. Let's say in
Yes.
the island of Panay, I'd like to compare our farmers receiving 5,000 or less compared, let's say, to Iloilo or Aklan.
Yes, we will
Yeah.
work on the figures and the data and
I would be
securing
happy to
them.
receive that. And my last question for now, because I will have questions for later,
Yes.
would be on urban farming, which we all advocate, because even in congested informal settler areas, we could solve the problem of hunger if we are able to use all available spaces for vertical farming, vertical gardens, which is already being done by some NGOs. So I believe with your assistance, with your support, we could institutionalize urban gardening and urban farming. There are still vacant government lots in Metro Manila or even in other cities in different regions. If there could be a bill to incentivize and provide limited use of this vacant land, and even equipment and training for vertical gardens in our informal settler areas, magtanim lang ng alugbati at saka ng talbos ng kamote at kangkong, malunggay, di ba? Ang dali kung iisipin, kasi ginagawa natin ako sa maliliit na paraan sa aking farm.
Yes.
At napapakain ko ang pamilya ko at mga personal staff, pati ang ibang mga office staff. So kung kaya kong pakainin by my lonesome in a small farm, at least 20 families na nagbuhay ng 20-30 families during the pandemic, I think this can be done in every household that has some little vacant space.
I agree, Madam Chairperson, Madam Senator, Mr. President. Actually, hunger is more acute in urban centers.
Yes.
Unlike in the rural setting, nandyan yung talbos ng kamote, nandyan lahat, no? Nandyan yung malunggay, nandyan yung kamoteng kahoy, etc. But this is not the case in urban centers. And in fact, there is this debate about hydroponics, for example. My own bias is I'm an organic farmer since 2012. So hydroponics is not organic. But for example, but you can grow it in a controlled environment, free from typhoon, free from pests, etc. And therefore, my sense there is it should balance and complement. In times, for example, that the weather is not cooperative outside, and therefore yields are low in open farms, then to complement that and to stabilize prices, you do have hydroponics and urban gardening, where they are more protected because they have natural wind barriers, your buildings, your your homes. And of course, if it's hydroponics, you can actually grow lettuce in a condo inside with LED lights, etc. So pagka bumagsak ang supply dahil sa bagyo, then you have hydroponic supply available to augment, and therefore you're able to stabilize prices. So I see it in that regard. And urban gardening is the same. Hindi self-sufficient in food ang mga urban centers as it is. But with urban gardening and urban support, for vertical farming, then you can reach a level of nutrition, accessibility of affordable food in urban centers. And so we support the effort at propagating even further. I understand the DA has several interventions, both rural and urban. Meron silang gulayan sa paaralan. Over 40,000, I think, are involved in this, both rural and urban. And in urban centers, meron din, ano? Yes, but yes, we're more than willing to look into this. What is the status? How can we even further promote it? And what budgetary support would be necessary?
We have a bill pending in your committee. We would be happy if you could give it some attention and the other policies that we mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the good sponsor for so willingly giving me information and clarifying the issues. Thank you very much.
I should thank the good senator. She was a more senior to me in the field of agriculture. I just followed her lead. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ligarda. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, last to interpellate or make a manifestation, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Kung mamarapatin po ng ating kaibigan ng konting katanungan po.
Wala pong problema. We are more than willing to answer the questions in interpellation of Senator Padilla.
Maraming salamat po. Ang katunayan po ay ako po'y sumusuporta sa inyo pong napakagandang talumpati. Yung pong aking manifestasyon ay napakahaba po talaga, pero nakatingin na po sa akin si Senator Bam. Dahil siya po ang susunod, iiklian ko na lang po. Alam niyo po, kanina pong umaga, tayo po ay nakipagpulong sa isang senador ng Amerika, si Senator Scott ng Florida. At nakita ko rin po na nakipagpulong din po kayo sa US-ASEAN Business Conference. Nandun po kayo. Ito pong pangyayari kanina, nakausap po namin yung senador. Medyo nahirapan din tayo ng konti dahil English ang usapan. Pero maliwanag po sa kanyang sinabi na may pag-asa na tayo ay magkaroon ng kaguluhan talaga. Ang sabi nga po niya sa English, every country is preparing for the chance of conflict. So ang tanong ko po ngayon, napag-usapan niyo po ba doon sa conference na pinuntahan po ninyo, yung patungkol po sa food security kapag nagkaroon ng tayo ng hidwaan at tayo'y nadamay? Dahil sinabi din po ng ating mahal na Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., sinabi din niya, tayo daw po ay mag-prepare. Mag-prepare daw po tayo kung sakaling tayo daw po ay mabitbit diyan sa Taiwan conflict. So ang tanong ko po, una, napag-usapan po ba ang tungkol sa food security diyan po sa inyong dinaluhan na conference?
Yes. Magandang tanong yan. Although hindi direktang napag-usapan, may mga bagay na napag-usapan na may kinalaman sa posibleng pagpapalago pa ng ating agrikultura. Yung isang kumpanya ng US-based company ay nagki-clinical trials halimbawa sa African swine fever vaccine. Interesado silang i-introduce ito dahil nga ito ang daing ng ating mga magbababoy na kulang ang mga bakuna, availability ng bakuna. So yon ang isang bagay na napag-usapan. Paano pa palalakasin ang sektor ng livestock dahil alam nating mahal ang karneng baboy, nag-i-import tayo dahil we are still recovering from the African swine fever na tinamaan ng ating magbababoy. Meron din pinag-usapang indirekta sa usapin naman nitong ilang mga produkto na nais po nilang i-introduce sa ating merkado na may kinalaman din sa pestisido, sa pataba, at etc. So, ulit, paano palalakasin pa ang sektor ng agrikultura? Nabanggit ko sa kanila na 7 billion lang ang agri-exports ng Pilipinas. At malaking bagay ang investment sa infrastruktura, sa agrikultura, sa financing, para mabigyan ng suporta ang sektor ng agrikultura na malaki ang posibilidad na lumaki pa kung mayroong ganitong suporta. Pero sa usapin ng paghahanda sa posibleng disruption ng conflict dito sa West Philippine Sea, hindi nating direktang pinag-usapan yan. Ngunit ang pagkaintindi ko ay may 35 kumpanya na dumalo nung tayo ay humarap sa kanila kasama ang ating kasamahan sa Kongreso na si Congressman Miro Kimbo. Pero meron pang kasunod na komperensya. Although hindi na ako nakapagpulong doon tungkol naman sa defense, sa mga armamento, na mga kumpanyang nasa security na nag-participate a few days later. Hindi ko alam kung tapos na, pero naririto sila. Pero hindi namin napag-usapan ng direkta itong pagpaplano o kaya paghahanda.
Apo. Maraming salamat
Although
po.
magandang tanong po yun.
Apo.
At kung maaari ko nga sabihin, kaya nga nananawagan ako at sana masuportahan ng ating mabutihing senador mula sa Camarines Norte na suportahan ang ating pagkilala na may krisis sa pagkain, may krisis ang ating sektor ng agrikultura at kinakailangan nating kumilos sa isang agricom at ipasa ang mga batas para maagapan natin at maharap natin ng maayos itong krisis na ito.
Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ay masaya sapagkat yung atin pong bagong chairman sa agriculture ay exposed po siya dito sa mga pronouncement ng mga world leaders patungkol po sa kaguluhan. Sapagkat alam niyo po, kapag ka nagkaroon talaga ng conflict, geographically, medyo mahirap po yung sitwasyon natin dahil alam niyo naman, pag may conflict, laging air and sea blockade ang nangyayari. So, ang gusto ko po lang masigurado sa pamumuno po ninyo ay makapaghanda ang ating gobyerno dahil sabi nga po nung kausap namin, every nation is already preparing. So sana po sa inyong pamumuno, makumbinsi din po natin ang agrikultura natin na mag-prepare na rin po tayo ng sarili nating pagkain para pag dumating po yan, kung dumating man, wag naman. Wag po tayong sa gutom matalo. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat Ginoong Senador Padilla. Sabi nga kanina ni Senator Loren Legarda, food security is national security. Hindi maaaring matugunan ang iba pang mga prioridad kung hindi ito bibigyan ng importansya. In fact, nung kami ay bumisita at nagkaroon ng exposure dito sa China tungkol nga sa agriculture, top sa agenda ng Communist Party ng China every 2 years pag sila ay nagpupulong ng National Congress nila, number 1 o number 2 sa agenda ay agriculture. At nung tinanong ko bakit, sabi niya, pagka hindi natutukan ang agrikultura, at ang food, sabi niya, we will be many Chinas. Ibig sabihin, magkakawatak-watak sila. So talagang mahalaga ang food security at paghahanda. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon. Thank you, Senator Padilla. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for this opportunity. May we request that the privilege speech and the interpellation be referred to the Committee on Agriculture.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, but before we refer the said privilege speech, I'd just like to thank Senator Pangilinan also. with my small contribution, Mr. President, being the principal author of the RA 12022, or the Anti-Agriculture Economic Sabotage, and also the previous law, the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Law. We're hoping that with the resident agriculturists back in the Senate, that we will be able to really implement properly these laws. Sana naman po ay may mahuli na talaga ring smuggler at hoarder, no? Para po may ayos din natin ang ating sektor ng agrikultura. Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Pangilinan in all the interpellation and manifestations there to the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the privileged speech of Senator Pangilinan is hereby referred to the Committee on Agriculture.
Mr. President, Senator Bamakini would like to deliver a privileged speech. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bamakini is recognized. Deliver his privileged speech.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Magandang gabi sa ating lahat, sa mga kasama ho natin dito sa Senado, mga kababayan at kapwa ko Pilipino. Karangalan ko po na pag-usapan ang kasalukuyang kakulangan ng libreng internet connection sa pampublikong lugar, lalo na po sa ating mga paaralan. Noong 2017, pinasa po natin ang Free Internet Access in Public Places Act o Republic Act 10929. Sigurado po ako na lahat tayo ay sasang-ayon na napakahalaga ng internet connection ngayon po sa ating mga buhay. Isa na siyang pangailangan sa ating pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay. Hindi lang po ito para makausap ang ating pamilya at kaibigan, ginagamit din po para makahanap ng trabaho, magsimula o magpalago ng negosyo at pakikipagtransaksyon sa gobyerno. At ngayong panahon ng tag-ulan, bagyo at baha, kailangan na kailangan ng internet connection para makakuha ng pinakabagong balita at update upang maging ligtas sa panahon ng sakuna. Alam po natin na sa panahon ngayon, napakalaki ng gastusin ng pamilyang Pilipino. Kasama po sa pinagkakasyang budget ng pamilyang Pilipino ang presyo ng koneksyon sa internet. Maging wired or wireless broadband o mobile data man yan, naglalaan po tayo ng pera para makakonekta sa internet. Ayon po sa National Information and Communications Technology Household Survey, noong 2024, ang pangkaraniwang gastos ng isang pamilyang Pilipino ay 1,069 pesos and 10 centavos bawat buwan sa koneksyon sa internet. Nakita din po sa survey na ito na ang pinakakaraniwang hadlang sa karamihang pamilyang walang koneksyon sa internet ay ang mataas na presyo. Sa ASEAN po, pangatlo sa huli ang Pilipinas sa internet affordability ayon sa Mobile Connectivity Index ng GSMA. Ibig sabihin po nito, bukod pa sa may issue na tayo sa bilis at lawak ng nasasagap, napakamahal pa po ng internet sa Pilipinas. Sa kasalukuyan, around 20 million Filipinos still cannot afford regular internet access. At marami po sa ating kababayan ay nakakakonect sa internet gamit ang piso Wi-Fi. Pero tulad po ng iba't ibang mga tingi-tinging bibilihin, mas malaki ang gastos po sa dulo. Ang masakit pa po dito, kadalasan mahina ang internet connection dahil marami po ang gumagamit at posible din na hindi din reliable ang network sa iba't ibang mga lugar. Nakasanayan na po natin ang kakulangan, kaya madiskarte po ang Pilipino. Kaya uso ang tingi-tingi. Pero sa totoo lang mga kasama, 2025 na po at mag-iisang dekada na mula pinasa ang RA 10929 or Free Internet Access in Public Places Act. Mahalaga din po ang internet connection para sa mga Pilipinong mag-aaral at sa ating mga kabataan. Ang access sa internet ay access din po sa kaalaman. Napag-usapan ko na po nung nakaraang privilege speech kung gaano kahalaga ang internet sa ating mga paaralan, kung paano to makakatulong sa research, sa homework, sa karagdagang edukasyon. At pag naipasa na rin po ang e-textbook para sa lahat act, sa unang araw ng klase pa lang, kung may free wifi, lahat ng estudyanteng may access, lahat ng estudyante ay may access sa learning material dahil ang textbook po nila ay marahil late pa rin. Pero base po sa ating konsultasyon, karamihan ng paaralan na may libreng wifi ngayon ay kulang pa rin sa bandwidth at coverage. Hindi po reliable ang internet connection dahil nawawala-wala at mabagal. At sa ilang lugar po na nakausap namin, halos ang ilang guro lang ang nakakagamit. Last week po, galing kaming Aklan kung saan nalaman namin na sa ibang mga paaralan doon, may free wifi nga mula sa DICT, pero dahil sobrang bagal ng free wifi na galing po sa DICT, kailangan pa rin nilang bumili ng sariling connection gamit ang kanilang school maintenance and other operating expenses or MOOE. Yung MOOE po na ito napakahalaga dahil ginagamit po ito sa iba't ibang gastusin tulad ng repair, teaching materials at iba pang mga gamit sa classroom. Sipin niyo po, nakikihati pa ang gastos sa internet sa dapat ay libre na dahil po sa batas na naipasa natin. Mr. President, ayon sa DepEd, 12,000 pong paaralan ang wala pang koneksyon sa internet. Sa ating pong Komite on Science and Technology, malalaman po natin kung ano ba ang plano para punanto at kung tama ang numerong ito. Para sa mga estudyanteng walang connection sa bahay, karagdagang problema at gastos pa po sa kanila at sa kanilang magulang itong pagkukulang ng internet sa kanilang eskwelahan. Uulitin ko po, mahalaga at napakahalaga ng internet connection sa ating mga paaralan. 2025 na po at hindi na pwedeng offline ang bayan at ang ating mga kabataan. Nung SONA po, sinabing prioridad ng Presidente ang full implementation ng Free Wi-Fi Law. At kasama po doon ang focus ng Free Wi-Fi sa ating mga paaralan. At napag-usapan din po namin ni Secretary Aguda ng DICT ang mga ilang kailangang gawin para masigurong maitupad ang batas at mabantayan natin ang implementasyon nito. Mahalaga po ngayon, nagampanan ng Committee on Science and Technology ang kanyang oversight function at makita po kung saan napupunta ang perang nakalaan sa Free Wi-Fi Law. Mula 2018 hanggang 2024, halos 18 billion pesos na po ang total obligation or committed amount to be spent para po sa Free Wi-Fi Law. At ayon po sa DICT, as of March 2025, almost 18,000 pa lamang ang activated sites. Sa 18,000 po na ito, 2,950 sites ang nasa pampublikong paaralan. Malalaman po natin ang mga numerong ito, mahihimay po natin to at malalaman natin ang proseso ng DepEd at DICT pati na rin ang mga balakid sa pagpapatayo ng free Wi-Fi sites sa ating mga paaralan. Ang pangunahing tanong, kailan po natin makukumpleto ang pag-connect ng mga public schools natin sa internet? 8 years na po ang batas ng Free Wi-Fi in Public Places Act. Sana naman po ngayong 2025 maging ganap na po ang implementasyon nito. Kitang-kita po natin na malayo pa tayo sa pangako ng ating batas. Noong 2018, ang target po ng DICT ay magpatayo ng 250,000 Wi-Fi access points sa iba't ibang pampublikong lugar sa bansa hanggang 2022. Pero sa totoo po, hindi rin ho namin alam kung saan galing yung target na 250,000 Wi-Fi access points po noon. Kasi po nagkaroon ng statement noong 2022 na yung target ay ngayon 104,000 na lang. From 250,000, naging 104,000 na lang po yung target. Ngayon naman po, ang target ay 30,000 na lang. Hindi po klaro ang datos kung paano po bumaba ang 250,000 na target, naging 104,000, naging 30,000 po. Sa ngayon po, may tanong rin tayo tungkol sa definition ng site at ang tunay na access. Kahit po yung site at access, kailangan po nating malaman ano nga ba ang definisyon ng ating gobyerno. Wala pa po dito ang diskusyon ng reliability, speed, at maintenance ng mga natayunang free Wi-Fi sites. Sisiguraduhin po natin at hihimayin po natin ang mga detalye sa mga susunod na hearing at oversight. Mr. President, sa bawat dumadaang henerasyon, may nadidiskubre po tayong mga panibagong paraan ng pagbibigay ng impormasyon mula po sa dyaryo, radyo, telebisyon at sa nakalipas sa 20 taon ang internet. Ang batas para sa free Wi-Fi ay nandyan hindi lang po dahil gusto nating makitrending sa TikTok. Kailangan na po siya dahil bahagi na ito ng pang-araw-araw nating pamumuhay. Access to the internet in 2025 is a necessity, not just a pastime. At ang hangad po natin para po sa ating bansa ay may libre o abot kaya, malawak at mabilis na internet para sa bawat Pilipino, especially po para sa ating mga guro at estudyante. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at maraming salamat sa lahat ng ating mga kasama. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Aquino. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko po lang magpahayag ng aking 100% na suporta kay Senator Bam Aquino upang matiyak po ang maayos na pagpapatupad ng free Wi-Fi law. Sa panahon ngayon po, ang internet ay isa na ring pangangailangan, lalo na para sa ating mga kabataan na umaasa rito para sa kanilang edukasyon. Ang libreng access sa internet sa mga pampublikong paaralan, tanggapan at iba pa ay tunay na makakatulong sa paghubog ng mas maalam at mas handa at mas produktibong mamamayan. Gayunpaman, nais ko pong bigyan diin ang ating hangarin na magkaroon ng mekanismo upang masiguro ang safe, secure at age-appropriate na paggamit ng internet ng ating mamamayan. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat. Mabuhay po kayo, Senator Bam.
Maraming salamat, Senator Padilla.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Aquino.
Yes, unang-una nais po natin magpasalamat sa ating kaibigan at kasama po sa mga iba't ibang mga advokasya, si Senator Padilla. Hindi ko po nakakalimutan, Mr. President, ang pahayag ni Senator Padilla na huwag kalimutan ang kalikasan, huwag kalimutan ang pagkaugat natin sa kalikasan at sa lupa, no? Palagay ko naman po yung pagkakaroon ng libreng internet access at pagkakaroon ng mga programa patungkol po sa agrikultura at sa kalikasan ay hindi naman po kailangan magkalaban. Pwede po silang magkasama. And rest assured, Mr. President, during the hearing, malalaman rin natin na ano yung parental controls sa ating mga free Wi-Fi sites. Actually, Mr. President, nung binubuo po natin yung batas na ito, naibanggit na to at kung di ako nagkakamali, nasa batas rin naman na kailangan na wala pong pornografiya, wala pong scam, wala pong masasamang bagay doon po sa libreng Wi-Fi ng gobyerno. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. President, nandun po yun sa batas mismo. No? Kung hindi po, we will make sure, Mr. President, sa ating oversight hearing na may papaalala po natin yan sa mga tamang mga ahensya po na nagpapatupad ng batas po na ito. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Magdagdag lang po ako. Tama po yung sinabi ni Senator Bam, no? Sa internet po, marami dyan tungkol sa agrikultura na pwedeng makita din ng mga bata. Katunayan, yung Amish, alam niyo po yung Amish sa Amerika. Yung mga, ang ganda po ng kanilang, meron po silang website, meron din po silang Facebook account. Marami pong matututunan ang mga bata dito tungkol sa agrikultura.
Yes, Mr. President, pagdating po kasi sa internet, napakalawak po ng mga kaalaman dyan. Pero alam rin natin, may mga mali. May fake, may nakakasama, may nakakalala pa. At tama po si Senator Padilla, mahalaga na yung safeguard at yung safety protocol nandyan po. No? Palagi ko naman po, Mr. President, from the beginning, nandun na yun eh. So I think hindi po naging issue yung safety. Ang issue po ngayon talaga yung kalawakan tsaka yung kabilisan ng mga available free internet access sites po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda is seeking the floor.
Senator Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to associate myself with the thoughts and the speech of the good sponsor, the chairman of the Committee on Basic Education, and it is very timely because yes, knowledge is power, and especially with the problem and the issue of functional illiteracy and the challenges facing our children of today. So I'm one with you in ensuring that this law, when was this law enacted?
2018, Mr.
17,
President.
18. You were here in the Senate
Yes.
then, yes. You were the principal.
I was the principal sponsor, Mr.
Yes.
President, and the lady was the chairman of finance who funded the first year of the implementation of this law.
Yes, I recall now that this law was enacted, or did we fund the SUC's free Wi-Fi almost at the same time, or even while we were still discussing this? Because I recall it was 2016 or 17 when we had all the more than 100 or maybe selected state universities and colleges to have free Wi-Fi, and they were so excited at the time, at the same time when we were discussing this law which you mentioned today.
Yes, Mr. President, during that time, napasa po natin yung free college na pondohan at nagamit po kaagad, no? Naramdaman kaagad ng mga kabataan. Ito pong free Wi-Fi, unfortunately, napondohan po natin, pero yung implementasyon ay napakabagal pa rin, no? It's been 8 years,
Yes.
we've spent over 18 billion at hindi pa rin po natin matukoy kung nasaan po yung mga free Wi-Fi sites. Now, to be fair po to DICT, meron naman pong mga lugar na nakapag-implement po sila. But
Limited.
definitely, malayo pa po ito dun sa pangarap ng batas na lahat ng mga pampublikong lugar ay magkakaroon po ng libreng internet po para sa ating mga kababayan.
You're very correct, because now I get it. It's only, I think, 50 of the more than 100 state universities and college were funded at a time due to limited fiscal space. So, but then there's no reason now. It's 2025. So this was enacted in 2018. You're back in the Senate now, and it's just the same SUCs, or maybe they stopped because maybe the funding was only for that fiscal year.
Mr. President, hindi lang po ito SUCs. We're talking also about public
All
schools.
public schools.
Yes, so pati po
DepEd.
K-12, elementary, and high school
Yes.
are included here, no? Also included are City Hall, Barangay Hall, airports,
Health areas, hospitals.
public health areas.
Yes.
In fairness, Mr. President, yung mga airport, in fact, people say mabilis yung internet sa airport, di ba? So, okay po yan. Pero pagdating po sa mga city halls, terminals, and our public
That's
schools,
very
which
important.
terribly need internet
Yes,
access,
yes.
yun po yung medyo kulang-kulang pa. At maganda pong malaman rin natin ano ba yung mga obstacles
Yes.
para magawan po natin ng paraan.
Tuwan-tuwa ako na binigay niyo to ng atensyon, dahil kung maari kong sabihin, ang aking probinsya, kung saan kayo bumisita lang ng isang araw, ay challenged in so far as connectivity is concerned, because bundok, iba naman karagatan. Ang ginawa ko po, yung nagkaroon ng Starlink. If I
Yes.
may mention this, I'm not an endorser or owner of this brand, pero ako'y naniwala nung dumating yung Starlink, nakita ko, nagkaroon ng isang lugar sa Siargao, nakalagay, Starlink has landed. Hinanap ko kaagad kung saan yung bumibili nun, bumili akong personal at nag-donate po ako ng iilan sa mga gida areas na eskwelahan sa Antique. Tuwan-tuwa sila, parang talagang para silang nakapunta ng Disneyland nung nakita nilang meron silang connectivity, because wala talagang connectivity sa mga bundok na yon. And these are around maybe a dozen schools. Of course, I could not do it for personal resources all the time. And then I made an amendment in the ICT budget where at least 70 million was allocated for what you call satellite technology, which is Starlink, and not the VSAT, which is what you call that. That's not VSAT, is that's another name. What is VSAT? But another technology. It's the technology now. But so we were able to do that, and I'm happy to state to the chairman of the agriculture, to education committee, that 70 million worth of satellite technology sites in schools in Antique was already installed. Pero kulang pa rin. How about other areas? What if the congressman or the senators do not put there? Wala na lang.
Yes.
But under your law, this law, ay dapat lahat talaga ng eskwelahan.
Yes.
DepEd, SUC, hospital,
Terminals, ports.
terminals.
Mr. President, if I may, when I spoke to Secretary Aguda, he was very, very bullish, no, and excited about the Starlink partnership.
Yes.
So kung di po ako nagkakamali, magkakaroon ng partnership ang Philippine government at ang Starlink para we can purchase at less than commercial rates. No, mahalaga po ito kasi yung ating mga eskwelahan, the principals, they actually subscribe to commercial rates, no? So whether Globe yan o PLDT o Converge, ang nakukuha po nilang rate ay like any other business. Kung tutuusin po, kung programa po ito ng gobyerno, we should be able to get lower rates because we're the government, we're buying in bulk, and there's a huge allocation, no? So we're hoping po that this partnership with Starlink can link up our GIDA areas And the Secretary of DICT, of course, will be seeing him in the hearing. Nabanggit rin po niya na meron silang module na solar, no? So solar with Starlink, some of these schools aren't connected to the grid.
Yes.
At least even if they're still not connected to the grid, meron pa ring paraan na magkaroon ng internet access. Now, when I visited Aklan, no, before I visited Antique, Madam President, nakita ko po doon na sa mga public school, ano na talaga, gamit-gamit talaga siya ng mga guro. When they teach and they want to show a video about whatever subject matter, ang go-to po nila is a website of DepEd, or they look for their own materials, they show the video. Sometimes they get it from YouTube or from educational sites. Yung mga paraan ng pagbibigay ng quiz or interactive materials, many of it is still basically dependent on an internet connection. Ako po kasi, Mr. President, no, ako nasa eskwelahan pa, overhead projector pa kami, if you remember, di ba? And I know that it's not a replacement for books. We still want our books to get to our students. Pero as a learning tool, napakalaking bagay niya po niya for teachers and students. That's why we really want to see this law implemented. It's already passed. Nandito na po ito. May 18 billion na tayo na gastos. Alamin naman ho natin saan napunta yung pera at kung paano po tayo makakausan.
I am one with you first in knowing why there is a slow implementation of the law. Is it just funding or something else? Second, yes, I'd like to know also where the 18 billion went and how much would it cost for all DepEd schools and SUCs and ports, airports and terminals, bus terminals and public hospitals at least to be, and town plazas.
Yes, the parks, town plazas and parks.
Yeah, plazas and parks. So thank you so much. And if I may just put on record, ako po yung principal author at the time ng DICT law, creating the DICT department, I think.
Of Information Communications
Yes,
Technology.
yes, in my second term. So just happy to see how the department has grown, although there are challenges because it's quite a new department as well. But thank you to the good sponsor for bringing this to our attention. And during the public hearing for our for finance, I'd like to join you to see, and I think we have quite a good head of the DICT. He's
Yes.
knowledgeable in terms of technology, at least in the call he made in my office sometime back. And I'd like to see how he can implement the law 8 years after.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lauren, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I will not refer the privileged speech of Senator Babakini in all the interpellations and manifestation thereon to the Committee on Science and Technology. So move, Mr. President.
In objection, there being none, the privileged speech of Senator Aquino is hereby referred to the Committee on Science and Technology.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 9th session, Wednesday, August 13, 2020, and consider the same as approved.
In objection, there being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, August 19, 2025.
In objection, there being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, August 19, 2025.